enhancing the English speaking skills through ECRIF, boosting the English writing competence to the use of discourse connectors, and fostering English vocabulary learning through gamification strategy. Now we are honored to introduce to you to our next master presentation presented by Dr. Diego Cajas, PhD, with the topic Perceptions and Attitudes Towards Educational Research Among University. Dr. Diego Cajas holds a PhD in Applied Linguistics from the University of Warwick, England. He has done his academic training inside and outside the country. He's a Senasip scholarship holder in the Universities of Excellent programs. In addition, he's a recipient of the United States Department Scholarship to attend the SUSI program. He has a master's degree in English teaching from PUCE, Universidad Católica del Ecuador, and a bachelor's degree in educational sciences with a mention in multilingualism from the Central University of Ecuador. He has 17 years of teaching experience in the field of teaching English with children, youth, and young adults in basic education, baccalaureate, graduate, and postgraduate programs. In higher education, he has worked with the students training to be English teachers in postgraduate education with in-service English teachers as well. His area of expertise is language policies and curricular innovation. Having this in mind, let's welcome Dr. Diego Cajas, PhD, with a big online applause. Diego, welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Javier, for the presentation, for the introduction. Well, as I said, my name is Diego Cajas. I work for the Universidad Nacional de Educación, and today I'm going to talk about research, which is my area. I like to talk about research. I teach research in the university, and I also teach research in some postgraduate programs. And in fact, I have taught research in the master's programs in UTA. And I'm very happy to now be invited to this talk and to talk about a small study that I conducted. And it is about perceptions and attitudes towards educational research among universities. And the objective of this is to deconstruct common practices. And what I mean with the constructing common practices is to provide to the participants with a different ways of approaching to research. As you can see in my presentation, that I focus on theses of students who have finished their master's programs, there is a tendency to use only one methodology, one research methodology, and they generally focus on specific areas, which is English teaching and classroom research. And before starting that, I would like to highlight that my intention is not to criticize any of the people who have graduated or who have done thesis. Instead, my intention is to provide a different approach and to invite future graduates from master's programs to try different research methodologies and to also explore different areas and not just focus or concentrate only on teaching methodologies or classroom research. So I want to start with this meme here, which is very informative and represents the feeling that most of us when we finish our master's programs. And it's like Christmas has come nearly, right? I would like you to answer this first question. You can post your answers here in the chat. It says, what do you feel when you finish your master's program? I'm pretty sure here we have a lot of people who have finished their master's programs, and then also people who are studying their master's programs. But what is that feeling? Can you please answer here on the chat? What did you feel when you finished?
Questions.
Okay.
Sorry, Diego.
Thank
Sorry, Diego. Yes, I was saying they can post their questions in the chat. Yes. So you can see.
Okay, so we have one that is a relief. Yeah, obviously it's a relief, right? Because after studying and after doing our master's thesis, we really have a lot of effort, right? And a lot of energy that we spend in that. So here I have another. I would like to, I'm going to post here in the, sorry, I'm going to post also here on the chat box this Mentimeter, this link to the Mentimeter. Yeah, so please, let's click there and let's answer this question. So we have, what was the most difficult aspect of your master's program? Remember when we did our master's, so what was it? What was the most difficult aspect? So please answer there on the link that you have there. Yep, I'm having my internet is not that fast, so I cannot open the.
Don't worry, Diego. I can help you out with a couple of questions people have.
Okay. Okay.
They say the methodology is one of the main concerns.
Yeah, but I posted here a link. I sorry, did not appear. It is my. It was the problem with my internet. So let me post again the link here on the WhatsApp. I'm sorry, on the chat. Yeah, can you see there on the chat box? There is a link to a Mentimeter.
Yes, Professor.
Okay, good, perfect. So let's click there and let's answer the questions.
Is that part working, Professor
Okay,
Diego?
yeah.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm having some answers here. So I have too much paperwork, okay. Too much bureaucracy. It was stressing. Can I have some other answers, please? Okay, I'm going to move to continue with my presentation. So when we have all of this stress, all of this, as you said, too much papers, too much bureaucracy, then we move finally to our thesis, right? To our trabajo de titulación, as you did.
I guess we are facing some troubles in technological
Yeah,
issues, I guess.
hello, can you
Yes,
hear me?
now we can hear you, Diego. Go on.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, we
Can you
can hear
hear
you.
me?
Yes, yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Diego. Yes, we can hear you now. Diego, can you hear us? Okay, we are facing some difficulties with technology. So let's wait for Dr. Diego Cajas to be here and to keep on working with his presentation.
Hello.
Yes, can you hear us, Diego? Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Okay,
hear you,
sorry.
Diego. Yes, go on. Go ahead. Diego. Okay, we are facing some problems, so let's wait for people to join us again. Diego, are you there? Yes, can you hear us now?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
my
I'm back.
microphone. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very
Hello?
much. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so what I was saying is that after we finish all our work, our academic work, we have to continue with the thesis. And based on the reglamento of the régimen académico, we have to do, as we have here, a proyecto de titulación de grado, which in short is the thesis. And then we have here that the thesis needs, for example, if it is a master's with trayectoria de investigación, then we have to do a research, a work that has basic research or applied research. In short, every time we finish our programs, we have to do a research. Now, I also have here some, as I said, I'm pretty sure I have some people who have finished their thesis. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
Professor, yes.
It's because of my internet. And then we have, when we do our thesis, right, we also have some problems, some difficult parts. And I would like you to share these these problems that you had with your thesis. And I think that we all who have experienced postgraduate education, there are moments in which we feel like this, like Patricia, and then we don't have idea of what we're doing, and that's frustrating, right? So we all have experienced that. We all have been there. And based on that, please, I'm going to share again another link for Mentimeter. Could you please check? Click there and answer the questions there in Mentimeter. Thank you.
Right, so the audience can write the answers and type their answers to Mentimeter, please. Everybody has access to the link, so you can answer the questions.
Okay, I can see here that, well, only two answers. Can you answer more, please, so we can have some more interaction? Thank you. Maybe there is some problems with the link, but generally we have two answers. Then in the two answers, we have one is the introduction and another is the methodology. And really, the methodology is something that becomes difficult, and that is what I'm going to talk about in this presentation, as I mentioned before. So the study. The problem is that ELT research is an area which has not been much developed in the country. And the research methodology in most master's theses tends to be an experimental design. And as I said in the beginning, mainly the topic of this thesis generally focus on classroom activities, for example, in developing reading, developing writing, or grammar, teaching grammar to students, teaching grammar to children. And they use just one specific design, generally. And there is nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with using a single methodology. There is nothing wrong with focusing only on one specific aspect. But the disadvantage that I could find is that we are limiting our studies. We are limiting our research in ELT methodology, in ELT in general, sorry. ELT is a very broad area which comprises teachers, students, policies, for example, language policies, curriculum. But the moment that we just focus on teaching, we are leaving apart specific aspects that could really influence teaching. So for example, if one person focuses on teaching English, teaching and speaking, for example, maybe there are some aspects that are happening outside the classroom. For example, the policies. If we don't study the policies and if we don't do research about the policies, maybe no matter how hard we try with different methodologies, with different strategies and techniques, maybe that's not the point. Maybe the problem is the policies that we have in the country. Or not many people are studying, for example, the English teachers, how we feel, how we, because we also have our opinions, we also have our values in relation to English teaching. But I have not seen theses that focus specifically on teachers. For example, in this time of pandemic, I have been checking theses that focus a lot on teaching in times of COVID. And then we have like the use of technology in teaching distance education, the use of different methodologies and tools to promote the students' engagement in virtual classes, but nothing is mentioned about teachers. We all teachers have the same problems as the students. We also have in our houses, when it was the confinement, we also have in our houses, we have children that were also studying in the bedroom next to our room. We also have problems with internet. One example is this presentation. In the beginning, there were problems with the internet. And it creates frustration, right? We felt frustrated. We said, come on, I'm teaching and then I have to look after my child who is also learning in the school, and I have to help my child doing their grammar homework or their mathematics, but nothing has been studied. And it's like we as teachers in this time of pandemic do not exist. We have been invisibilized. And that would be good if those colleagues who are finishing their masters and want to do their thesis, they also focus on the role of teachers. So what's the procedure? I selected randomly 3 universities that offer ELT master's programs. And as I have here, ELT is a generic name because we have universities that offer, for example, master's programs in PINE. Other universities offer master's programs in linguistics that apply linguistics, or linguistics to teach foreign languages. That's why I use this generic name, that is ELT Masters. I selected randomly, out of these 3 universities, I selected randomly 30 theses. And how did I find out these theses? I entered to the DS page of the universities and then downloaded the thesis. Obviously, in research, we have ethics, and the names of the universities and the names of the authors are confidential and anonymous, so I'm not going to mention the names of the universities. I'm not going to mention the names of or the titles of the thesis, so the authors cannot be identified. Once I had these 30 theses, I started reading these theses, and I focus or I analyze this thesis following this criteria. So number 1 is the focus or area, which means that the topic or the theme of this thesis. Then I continue with the ontology because I wanted to see the ontological position of the people who wrote this thesis. Then I continue with the research methodology because it is interesting, right? It's interesting to know the type of methodology that people are using. And then I proceeded with data collection instruments, the analysis, the duration of the study itself, not the duration of the thesis, and finally, the participants. Sorry. Before moving to presenting the results, I want to make a brief review of research. So research is based on these three main important components. One is ontology, epistemology, and methodology. So ontology is the nature of the reality. In other words, is the philosophical part of research. Why philosophy is important in research? Because research is about questioning, it's about wondering. So if we see something, we have to question, right? If we see some practices, then we question these practices. And that is how we start the analysis, and we engage into these discussions, and we propose solutions. But it depends on how we see the reality. And then reality, we have these two, right? We have realism and constructivism of pragmatism. In short, realism, we're going to see in detail ontology and this part. So epistemology refers to knowledge, and then specifically what we want to know about the reality. So remember, ontology, how we see reality, then epistemology is that knowledge, what we want to know about the reality. And obviously the methodology is how we go and how we produce such knowledge. So these three very important parts of research should be the ground, should be the rock bed, the bedrock, sorry, should be the bedrock, the bedrock of our research. A research which does not consider this ontology, epistemology, and methodology might not have that reflection, might not have that discussion or that philosophical approach that we need. Here we have these three terms explained. So we have realism, that the external world exists outside the participants, which means that the reality is there. The reality will not change, right? We as researchers, we do not have any influence in the reality. And then we don't with our perceptions or our interpretations of the world do not apply here, because reality is independent. Epistemologically, within this within this ontology, knowledge of the world can be subject to error and can be replaced by future knowledge. So in short, we need to test knowledge. Well, this is more into, this type of research is more aligned to sciences. And then we have seen many, through the time, we have seen many examples of this. So for example, in the Middle Ages, people used to believe that the earth was flat, but now people continue doing more research. And then that knowledge that was valid at that time, then it was changed. And now we know that the earth is not flat, right? Then we believed that the earth was rounded, but then research changed that knowledge, and they say, no, it's not really a ball, it's a bit flattened in the poles. Something like that happens with English teaching too, because in the 1900s, the knowledge that we had about English teaching was that we should teach English through literature and translation. So then people who were learning English, what they did is that they read poems, the classics, right? Shakespeare and those authors, and then they translate. That's how they learn English. So then in the 1940s, then we started with the different methodologies, and those grammar translation and those other knowledge appear. Then we had the communicative approach, and right now we have different knowledge, right? We have now CLIL and the other methodologies that we use. So what have happened is that knowledge is not permanent. Knowledge is subject to error, and therefore we need to test. We need to test, and when we test that knowledge, new knowledge is produced. And then the methodology, we explain those events, right? And then we revise theories. So in short, if we are, as researchers, our ontological view is located in this part, and epistemologically, we believe that knowledge is not permanent. So then we are more oriented to do quantitative research. We move to the opposite, constructivism, not as a teaching approach, but from a philosophical perspective. And it refers that everyone has unique experiences and beliefs. meaning that reality does not exist outside or independent from us. Reality is the result of interaction. Multiple realities, multiple people, multiple beliefs, all of this together create a reality that is different. Therefore, we cannot generalize knowledge. Epistemologically, each individual has a unique perspective and a unique, an individual conception of truth. So what is truth for me may not be a truth for you. And therefore, these different realities need to be studied. So why is that, for example, some people are so happy and are so so they really believe in communicative approach, and other people no? So those are different realities that we need to explore. Methodologically, we have to learn about these experiences and beliefs and try to understand the phenomenon, no, not by testing knowledge, but by understanding people, by understanding what they think, by interpreting what they and explaining what they do, right? So that's why for this type of, or in this area or in this group is qualitative studies, and qualitative study is more is interpretativist and explanatory. From this, we have the methodology, right? And then we have the research methods. So we have here quantitative, qualitative, and mixed methods. Within the quantitative paradigm, we have all experimental designs, and it's a true experiment, quasi-experimental design, or no experimental designs, such as surveys. Within the qualitative paradigm, we have narrative research, we have phenomenology, ethnographies, grounded theory, and case studies. And mixed methods, we have sequential, concurrent, and transformative. Remember that each of these methodologies within each of these paradigms have different objectives. Now, which one is the best method? There is not such thing. All methods are good. The thing is that all methods have their advantages or their strengths, and they also have their limitations. So in experimental designs, for example, we can generalize results, but that is well done. That is one of the advantages or the strengths. So we test knowledge, we generalize results, and we can replicate this knowledge, these experiments in different parts to see whether the hypothesis is working or not. So that is the strength. We have, for example, the vaccines. The COVID vaccines are the results of experiments. But the limitation is that we don't really look into people. We don't really look into people's aspirations, for example, the challenges that people have, the beliefs, their feelings. We don't explore that because that methodology, that's not the objective of the methodology. Because in experimental designs, we want to accept or reject our hypothesis, no more. When we move to the qualitative studies, for example, and narrative research, and then through the narrative of the participants, we can understand the phenomenon. As I mentioned, what about the narratives of teachers as teachers teaching in times of COVID? I'm pretty sure it will be very interesting to know, for example, how teachers who have children are coping with the demands of the schools or the universities and the children's demands. So, and then how we have to, when we teach, we have to connect to our classes, switch on our cameras, and always show a happy face. Our houses can be going down, breaking down, but we always have to show our students our happy faces, and despite our students not switching on their cameras. And then we talk to a screen. But we cannot know that through experimental designs. But we can understand this phenomenon through narrative research. Of course, we cannot generalize the results. We cannot say that what the university teachers are feeling is the same of what primary school teachers are feeling. But this is very informative because we are understanding the phenomenon. and that is research. Research is the production and the generation of new knowledge, and that is what we should do. In the area of English teaching, for example, what knowledge are we producing? Or are we generating knowledge, or are we just consuming knowledge that is produced in other places and by other people? And then we have the mixed methods. So in mixed methods, we have a mixed method is the combination of quantitative and qualitative paradigms. But it's not just, for example, I mean, an experiment, and after the experiment have some interviews, and that's mixed methods. No, mixed methods is a methodology in itself, and the objective is to combine both quantitative and qualitative. Sorry. And then we have, I'm going to present the results of my study. So, as I said, I selected 30 theses. And in the first part is the area that these theses of graduates from master's programs concentrated on. And out of these 30 theses, 28 theses focused on ELT methodology. And what I mean with ELT methodology is strategies to teach, for example, reading, strategies to teach writing, strategies to teach vocabulary, and that corresponds to the 93% of the theses that I checked. Out of these 28 theses, 14 focused on speaking, strategies to develop speaking, and then we have different techniques, different theories. For example, one thesis was the use of podcasts to improve speaking, or the other thesis was the use of games to improve oral interaction. So 14 focus on speaking. 6 theses focus on writing, and in writing, they refer to writing paragraphs, writing blogs, writing journals. 4 theses focus on vocabulary acquisition and development, but here it was not clear if that vocabulary was for speaking or vocabulary for writing or for reading. And 2 theses focus on English in general. I would say that it was a bit difficult to analyze because English teaching is general, right? And it comprises the development of the different language skills, like such as speaking, reading, writing, understanding. But the moment when I say, like, I remember that one of those theses was the use of dynamics. That's how it was written, the use of dynamics to improve English teaching. But then it does not really express, it is not really clear or written there which of those English skills were developed through the use of dynamics. And finally, we have 2 theses on reading. So as you see, it's 28 out of 30, 28 theses focusing on methodology. One thesis focused on curriculum. There was an analysis of a science curriculum in a school. And one thesis focused on students' learning autonomy. And it somehow confirms what I was saying in the beginning, that this is our opportunity to do some research and to initiate in some cases to this fascinating world of research, but we are not really widening the topics. We are not really expanding the understanding of ELT in general in the country. Ontology, remember what I said when I was presenting ontology and saying that ontology is the philosophical foundations of research. And if we do research without considering this philosophical foundation, research becomes a mechanical act in which we just repeat what we have in the data. So for example, we say 20% of participants enjoy my class, 30% of participants say that they didn't like the activities that I planned, and 50% of participants said that they enjoy my activities. Yeah, we know that because we can see the tables, but what does it mean? And remember, this analysis and this philosophical perspective of looking at the reality and understanding the phenomenon, that is what we need to have in our thesis, saying that if 20% of the students like my strategy, but why? What does it mean? Philosophy is the science of knowing, right? And we need to wonder. And research is about that. It's about wondering, not just saying what we found, but we wonder, we analyze, we engage into a conversation, into a debate. Why these things, why these figures, what these figures are telling us and why. And only 2 theses included ontology. And 1 thesis included positivism, which is the basis for quantitative studies, and another included constructivism as also the ontological foundations for qualitative studies. And indeed, these 2 theses, one that says the author positions himself as positivist, he did a quantitative study, and on the other hand, the author who positioned herself as constructivist, she also carried out a qualitative study. We have here the research methodology, and the thesis, in the thesis, I found out this: 2 have experimental design, 2 quasi-experimental design, 2 theses use mixed methods, 1 thesis use phenomenology, 1 case study, 1 action research, 2 theses did not mention the methodology, the research methodology at all, and in 18 theses, the methodology was not clear. And what I mean with not clear is that generally in those theses, there was, people were mentioning different methods, different methodologies, sorry. For example, here, in one thesis, they wrote this. They mentioned that that thesis is that thesis include qualitative and quantitative approach, basic research modality, descriptive, field research, correlational, and quasi-experimental design. This is what it was written in, not just in one, but in some theses. And this is a clear example that we have not yet understood methodology, because it's difficult, right, to combine all of these methodologies in one study. But why? What is the problem with that? The problem is that each methodology has its procedures and its objectives, and we can find something. The moment we just write a list of different methodologies, as it is here, we don't really follow the procedure, and at the end, the results might not be the one that we wanted to have. So, for example, if I am going to do an experimental design, but if I don't follow the procedure of experimental design, I might not be able to see to properly accept or reject my hypothesis. If I am doing, for example, a qualitative study in which I want to identify the struggles that teachers have in coping with the different policies and regulations that the Ministry of Education has imposed on schools, and if I have like quasi-experimental design, case study, action research, it will be difficult to really at the end say, these are the struggles that teachers have. Also, something that I found is that despite the methodology that they mentioned, generally in almost all theses, what I found out is that it has 2 very clear and well-defined parts. So one part is a survey to identify the problems that the students have, and this is followed by an intervention. So they administer a survey to the students, and they say that based on the results of the survey, students would like to learn English or using gamification. Therefore, I'm going to make an intervention using gamification. It is a bit difficult to understand this type of structure because it is not within any of the existing research methodologies, whether quanti or quali, experimental design, quasi-experimental design, survey design, phenomenology, and the others that I just mentioned. One thesis really followed the methodology of phenomenology. So in this thesis, they wanted to identify, well, not really identify, but they wanted to describe the process and the changes that the students have when they are developing their autonomous learning. It was very informative. This thesis did not have any intervention because the methodology, the phenomenology as a methodology does not entail, does not proposes or does not include an intervention. But it is very informative because it really describes the changes that the students have when they develop their autonomous learning. And it was very informative because we were able to understand the phenomenon, in this case, the change. What also caught my attention is that in most theses, they evaluate their interventions or their students' progress through a questionnaire. And that is a bit subjective because, of course, I am doing an intervention and then I ask my students, did you like my intervention? Yes or no? Did you enjoy the intervention? Yes or no? And the students say yes, and then the conclusion, yes, my experiment is valid because the students said that they enjoy my intervention. They enjoy my strategy. And remember, we have to test knowledge. So if we say that the independent variable really modify the dependent variable, we need to do a pre and a post test, not a questionnaire. Okay, the data collection instruments, let me check the time, I have to go a bit faster. The data collection instruments, again, there was not really much connection between the methodology and the data collection instruments. For example, in quantitative, in experimental and quasi-experimental studies, what I noticed is that the pretest, for example, there was one thesis that says that wants to improve motivation among students, and the problem was that the students are not motivated. Therefore, the pretest should have been that instrument that allow us to measure that the students are not motivated and show that the students are not motivated. So then we have the intervention, and after the intervention, students, we expect that the students will be motivated. But the pretest and the post-test focus more on language knowledge and language proficiency. So though the idea or the objective of the thesis was to improve motivation, the pretest and the post-test did not measure motivation at all. So the analysis, majority of theses use descriptive statistics, for example, percentages, and they use t-test, the t-test to accept or reject hypotheses. As I said, some theses do not really follow the methodology when they want to measure or accept or reject hypotheses. For example, there was one thesis that they were saying that they want to improve writing through the use of blogs. And in the analysis, what the author did was to have some excerpts of the students' blogs, and then they say they improve the writing because in the excerpt one, in the beginning of the intervention was like this, and now excerpt two is like that. So we don't have this correct use of statistics in that case. The duration, and that is also very interesting because is very different. We have theses that they mentioned that the intervention lasted for 2 weeks, a total of 4 hours, to 1 semester. What is interesting is that people who did a study, who did an intervention for 4 hours, in conclusions, they say that their strategy worked well, and they recommend other institutions and other teachers to use their strategies. But that's a bit difficult to claim because how can we say that after 4 hours, something is really working? It needs more time. Participants in the thesis that I studied, we had all type of levels and all type of participants. However, most of them were just students and not teachers. And that is something we have, as I said, to expand, to widen our focus of research. As conclusion of this study, I really recommend that there is a need of using different methodologies because research is not just implementation or interventions of something. Research is more. Research is understanding the phenomenon. And to understand the phenomenon, we need to approach this phenomenon through different methodologies. And also we need to test different methodologies to see whether these methodologies are effective for the type of problems that we want to explore. As I said, it would be nice to see autobiographies of teachers, like how do we see ourselves. It would be also nice to see, for example, something related to policies, something related to authorities, like what authorities think about English education. In one research that we conducted in our university here in UNAE, almost all authorities say that English is important. They like English. But when we see if that perception of the importance of English is really implemented into policies, into institutional policies, it is not happening. And then teachers were saying like English is like, as we said in Spanish, la novia fea of the schools, because there is a program, okay, let's cut English hours. There is not a teacher, let's cut English teachers. So despite authorities saying that English is important. So that's why we need to have to widen, to expand the area of research in ELT. Also, what I noticed is that some universities have rigid templates that really do not allow students to use different methodologies. For example, there is a university in which they say, first, they need to do the diagnostic of the situation, and you need to use surveys. Okay, then use surveys, then they have the diagnostic, and then you need to do an intervention. And the intervention is your research. But what about if one person decides to do a phenomenology? In phenomenology, you don't have to make you don't have to diagnose the situation. That's why we have problem identification. If you state that there is that problem, then it is because the researchers have already researched about the problem and have enough data to say that there is the problem. And as I said, there is not a need of an intervention, because what I have to do in a phenomenological studies, I have to document these changes of my participants within a certain phenomenon. So if I am a student in a master's program and I want to do that, how can I try different methodologies when I have a very rigid template that the university is imposing on the students? So therefore, universities should have or should include a more, I would say, open template that facilitates the use of different methodologies. And it is important to do more research in this area. Of what I'm saying, I only studied 30 theses. And it is important to do more research in these areas, like trying to identify the reasons of why we do not use different research methodologies in our research, and also trying to identify the reasons of why we focus only on classroom, not really classroom research, because we can use classroom research and use different methodologies. Why do we focus mostly on strategies of English teaching, and we do not include other problems, other phenomena that really affect ELT education? And thank you. That's all. Thank you for attending this presentation.
Thank you very much, Diego. There are a couple of questions. Yes, the audience is asking you. So I am going to give you the first question. Do you think that undergrads should work on their thesis? Because most of them are just requirements.
That's what I said. The moment that we start looking at research as a requirement for graduation, we lose the essence of research. Because what is research? Research is the generation of new knowledge. The moment we see this as a requirement, students feel, in general, undergrad and postgrad, they see this more as an obligation and as a bother rather than the materialization of the knowledge. Personally, I believe that in undergrad, students really need to do research because when they go to the schools and if they see problems, they need to propose solutions to those problems in the classrooms. But those solutions need to be well-founded, not just, okay, in my class, my students are not learning, and my friend told me that this strategy is good because I attended a presentation and the presenter said that this strategy is the best, and that therefore I'm going to use in my class. No, we need to be more reflective. And through research, we can generate that reflection among our students, undergrad and postgrad students.
All right. Thank you, Professor. Why do Ecuadorians conduct more quantitative research and not qualitative?
Good question. And that's what I would really like to know. That is one recommendation that I had at the end, that we need to do more research in the area. And it would be really interesting to know why. So maybe it's the formation, maybe that is the methodology that we are more familiar with, and we don't want to try other methods. So really, I don't know. We should do more research in that area.
Do you consider that universities should readjust their research policies in terms of formats, methodologies, topics, research, etc.?
Research is fluid. And therefore, if we have these very rigid policies, what we will have at the end is what we see now, a very limited research, a research that does not explore different methodologies, different areas. So I'm going to have an example, as I said, with the template that some universities have. That is already limiting the students, because we have some students who want to try different methodologies. When they go to the university and say, okay, they talk to the tutor, they talk to their the place that they want to do the research, and they say, I want to try this. But the moment they see the template, and they feel frustrated because they say, look, I cannot do anything different than that, because that is the problem with the template. So instead of saying more regulations and policies, what I would say is more flexibility in research and giving value to research in general. Quantitative research is good. Qualitative research is good as well. Both have the same value. As I mentioned before, it's just both the paradigms have their strengths and their limitations. And that is why we need to do research in both paradigms, because if with quantitative studies, we have some problems we cannot explain, for example, the feelings of people, then through qualitative studies, we can really express and study those feelings of the people. And then if someone reads that, they can read one quantitative and one qualitative, and that is very informative.
All right, Professor. Thank you very much. Is there another question from the audience to ask Dr. Cajas? I guess no. Okay, so this was the master presentation, perceptions and attitudes towards educational research among universities, deconstructing common practices. And now we invite Dr. Marcelo, yes, Marcelo Núñez, Sub-Dean of the faculty, to hand in and to give the certification to Dr. Cajas. Dr. Marcelito, le damos la palabra.
Muchísimas gracias. Gracias, Javier. Un saludo cordial al doctor Diego Cajas por esta presentación y especialmente por compartir los conocimientos suyos. En este caso, la Facultad de Ciencias Humanas y de la Educación le va a hacer la entrega a este presente certificado, cuyo texto menciona: confiere el presente certificado al PhD Diego Cajas por haber participado en calidad de conferencista en el primer Congreso Científico Internacional de Ciencias Humanas y Ciencias de la Educación, realizado del 1 al 4 de febrero del 2022. Ambato, 4 de diciembre del 2022. Firman para constancia de esta certificación de forma legal el doctor Galo Naranjo López, rector de la Universidad Técnica de Ambato, el doctor Víctor Hernández del Salto, como decano de la facultad, y quien le habla, Marcelo Wilfrido Núñez, como subdecano de la Facultad de Ciencias Humanas y de Educación. Muchas gracias por sus valiosos conocimientos, mi estimado PH Diego Cajas. La facultad y la carrera de Pedagogía de los Idiomas Nacionales y Extranjeros le extienden las más sinceras gracias a usted.
Muchas gracias a ustedes por la invitación.
Sarita.
Let me please 1 second just to express also our appreciation for your participation. Thank you very much for expanding our knowledge in English research. Surely working in investigation is challenging experience in our context. Thank you to be part of this event and motivate us in this area. Thank you so much.
Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diego. Take care.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Diego Cajas, for his dissertation on the first Congress. Okay, before starting with the second part of the research presentations, we are glad to introduce to you some of our graduates' experiences. We are really happy many of our graduates are now in-service teachers in different parts of the world. Therefore, I would like you to take a look at the next video where people are going to share some of their experiences abroad in other countries. Okay, so I am going to allow me to share a video that I would like you to see. Give me 1 sec. It's with audio. Okay, here we go.
Saludos cordiales a la Universidad Técnica de Ambato, especialmente a la carrera de Pedagogía de Idiomas Nacionales y Extranjeros. Mi nombre es Soledad Chango, soy del pueblo quichua de Salasaca y soy también orgullosamente ex estudiante de la carrera. Y lo digo con esta emoción porque la carrera sembró en mí lo que hoy es mi vocación. Me dedico a la docencia, me dedico a la educación y no puedo estar más feliz con lo que hoy mismo estoy cursando. Hoy por hoy estoy en otra dimensión en mi profesión y todo ha sido gracias a la carrera. La carrera ha formado en mí lo que promete, que es formar profesionales líderes con pensamiento crítico, con una visión humanística, y estoy segura de que todos quienes han sido parte de la carrera lo son también. Gracias de corazón. Hi everyone, now I would like to share a little bit of my current experience. I'm a Fulbright scholar. I got the FLTA scholarship last year, and this scholarship aims to find one native speaker per year and per country, in the countries of Ecuador, Bolivia and Peru. And last year I got selected to represent Ecuador to teach my native language here at the United States. So I'm currently teaching to Cornell students, and I'm also learning and taking some courses related to education and related to linguistics as well. So thanks to the educational background that I got at the Universidad Técnica de Ambato, I've got selected, and it's just has been great.
Thank
so
you very
far, so
much.
good.
Let's
Thank
give
you
her
so
a
much.
big online applause to Soledad Chango, who's a scholar Fulbrighter in America. Thank you, Soledad. She's currently, as I mentioned, a Fulbright scholar in the USA. So congrats, Soledad. Another graduate who has been a product of our English major is Magister Felipe Santamaria, who has recently gotten his master's degree with the distinction of magna cum laude at the Universidad Casa Grande of Guayaquil. Besides, he's a well-known musician in our country as well in our city. Felipe is kindly visiting us now to talk about his experiences as a former student and now as a professional in the English teaching field. So let's welcome Magister Felipe Santamaria. Felipe.
Thank you very much, everyone, for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here sharing a little bit of my experience as an English teacher, as a former student from this nice career. So let me just give me 1 second. I will share a small presentation in which I am going to be talking about some of my experience and the important things that this career, this profession has given to me. Okay, so right now I hope you can see it. Yes, good. So, well, my experience with teaching. So this is the question that a lot of professionals sometimes have to ask themselves. So I ask myself, how did I start with teaching? And the story with this is that I started because of music, and especially rock music. When I was a teenager, I used to love rock bands from all around the world, like Metallica, Megadeth, Blink-182, things like that. So I have been always fascinated by the sound of this music. But one day I asked myself, oh, wow, they speak English, and what are they saying to me? So then I started liking English. So with time, rock music brought me to the teaching world. And now I'm a professional English teacher. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about my life. So my name is Felipe Santamaria. I'm 28 years old. I am last week I became 28. So I studied in high school, in my San Pio X high school, and I am proud that I studied my career and my undergraduate degree in Universidad Técnica de Ambato. And I just finished my master in teaching in Casa Grande University. And proudly I got the magna cum laude distinction for being one of the best students there. So my work experience, I worked 2 years for a small institution that probably you're familiar with, Cambridge Institution, Cambridge School of Languages. And later I am working as an English teacher in CTT de los Andes Language Center, which is part of Uniandes University. What are the activities that I do in Uniandes University in CTT? Of course, I teach English, and I teach TOEFL IBT preparation. Also, I teach APA 7 courses on citations, academic writing. Right now, I'm the manager of Moodle systems of the learning management system, and I am academic coordination assistant. So I have to do some things related to managing the institution. Now, the great things about this career is that you can do research. And that's something that at the beginning I didn't like at all when I was a student. I was kind of reluctant to doing research, but I have basically published 2 articles. The first one was with UTA University and with some of my teachers from this career, and it's the relationship between the use of video blogging and the development of speaking skills, a preliminary study. It was a great experience working here with all the professional teachers from this career. And my second article is on extensive reading. I perform an action research study in Uniandes University related to extensive reading. And this article is going to be published in a book. It's going to be part of a chapter of a book during this year. That is, this book is part from a series of research books from Casa Grande University. Now, something beautiful about this career is that you can learn about the world. Basically, you can learn about other cultures, and learning a new language is amazing. Other important things about this career is traveling. Because of this career, I had the opportunity to travel to another country. It has always been my dream, traveling to the United States, and also you can meet people. I'm proud that I was part of TESOL 2019. We traveled to Atlanta in the United States, and we were part of this wonderful experience in which you can learn a lot of things from different professionals around the world. I had the opportunity to meet people from China, meeting people from India, from Puerto Rico, the United States as well, Canada, etc. There were a lot of people from different countries. But the best thing about this career is that you can help others to succeed and to become better professionals and better people for this world. So that is what I really love about teaching. And most of us that we are here are teachers, and somehow we have some role in education. And this is what we have always to remember, that we became teachers to help others to succeed and to have a better world, basically. So that's the main idea of teaching. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here with you.
Thank you very much, Felipe. So if there are some questions, yes, you can post your questions onto the chat box. Yes, for Felipe to reply them back. Okay, so they are writing about Soledad and Felipe, who were classmates, so happy and proud of them. And they are quite successful now, yes. Good. Questions from the audience? Questions from the audience to ask Felipe to talk about his experience as a former student and now as a professional. Okay, there's one, Felipe. What is the most interesting thing you learned at Carrera de Pedagogía, Carrera de Idiomas?
Yeah, okay, basically the most interesting thing, I would say, and when if I tell this to Felipe, that to 18 years old Felipe, I wouldn't believe, was that I really like research, and I learned this at Carrera de Idiomas, doing research. In the past, I was not a big fan of this, but the most interesting thing that I learned was doing research, definitely, and it's so helpful. And that's basically the idea of the university. The university is an institution that is created in order to get new knowledge. So that's the best and the most interesting thing I've learned. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there's another one, Felipe. What is the most rewarding aspect of being an English teacher?
Yeah, definitely is when you realize that your students are growing. When I started teaching at Uniandes University like 5 years ago, and I had the opportunity to teach my students from level 1, and now I teach some of them TOEFL IBT preparation. So it's like amazing that when they were like 5 years ago, they couldn't pronounce words in English, they didn't understand instructions in English. And now, after that, the whole process, these students are becoming ready, are getting ready for this TOEFL IBT test that is very difficult. And that's the most rewarding part, like checking how and being part of this process that your students are growing as professionals.
Good. There's another one, Felipe. Did you have a specific teacher or person who inspired you to keep going learning English?
Yes, there were a lot of teachers from the university, from my master's degree. I wouldn't say there is only one, but in general, a lot of teachers. I felt sometimes inspired by them to become better. A lot of teachers, especially from UTA and also from my master's degree.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there's another one. What motivates you to conduct research?
Learning new things, basically. When you do research, we have to change this idea that research is something boring that the university is asking for. We have to change that. We have to change this idea. And basically, research is important because we learn new things about anything. For example, if you are, let's say, a doctor in nutrition, So if you do research, you will learn something else about nutrition. In our case, we are teachers, so we do research in order to get new methodologies, in order to learn about how people learn. And basically that's the principal motivation to do research. That's very important. And that's the aim of research, basically. So we have to change that, definitely. We don't do research for the university. We do research to learn new things about our career.
Exactly. Thank you, Felipe. What would you recommend all students from Carrera de Pedagogía?
Yeah, something that I would recommend you to do is to start working with your English language so you can be better at it. Like start watching movies in English, start reading in English, start having a life in English. You can do it. I know in Ecuador it's difficult because English is not spoken outside of the classroom, but you can do it. Nowadays, we have Netflix, we have a lot of platforms, and start learning and learning and learning and having a better level of English. Remember that the most important aspect for learning a language for your students is having a good source of input. And the principal source of input is the teacher. So if you have a very good level, you will succeed, right, at teaching. So it's kind of equal. If you are good at speaking English, your students will be better. So the more you learn English, the better. That would be my principal recommendation.
Finally, they say, since you are teaching TOEFL, what are some tips to succeed at TOEFL?
Well, there are a lot of tips, right? And TOEFL IBT is not just a test. It's not just about English. And that's something that you have to know. It's not just about English. It's not just about grammar, but it's also about a lot of cognitive process. And basically, TOEFL test measures your ability to learn in another language. So what I would recommend you to do is, if you want to succeed in the TOEFL test, start watching documentaries and start reading research in English, because that is what will help you to become a good professional and also to succeed at this exam that is very difficult. Let's be honest, it's very difficult.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Magister Felipe Santamaria, for sharing your experiences as a former student from Carrera de Idiomas and now as a professional from our degree. Thank you very much indeed, Felipe, for accepting our invitation.
Thanks. It was a pleasure to be here and nice to see all of you.
Thank you very much, Felipe.
Thank you very much,
Okay.
Felipe.
All right.
Thanks, Felipe. Take care.
Okay, good. Let's move on and let's start with the different presentations. Now we have the presentation promoting the English language learning through the use of effective andragogical strategies, presented by Magister Anita Yasmina Vera de la Torre, docente UTA, docente Carrera de Pedagogía de los Idiomas Nacionales y Extranjeros. Magister Ana Vera de la Torre is an English professor with more than 30 years of experience in different levels: early childhood education, primary school, middle school, secondary school, post-secondary school, and higher education. She's passionate in teaching, planning, and implementing English postgraduate programs, highly effective with success in instructional strategies to develop students' academic skills and raise test scores. She's author and co-author of 18 scientific articles. She's master's in linguistics applied to the teaching of the English language, master in teaching of curriculum for higher education, and she's currently a professor at the Pedagogy of National and Foreign Languages program in the Technical University of Ambato. Okay, so with that in mind, let's welcome Magister Anita Vera.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me share the presentation, please. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to me to present to you this investigation entitled Promoting the English Language Learning through the Effective Andragogical Strategies. Investigators Marcia Paredes Acosta from the Catholic University, Professor Ruth Infante from Ambato Technical University, Professor Alba Hernandez from Ambato Technical University. We applied this investigation at the El Oro High School in Tungurahua province with a population of 30 teachers. These teachers work at this educational institution. They are from 25 years until 55. So we divided this population in two groups, the control group and the experimental group, 15 in one group and 15 in the other one. So globalization urges to experience constant changes, where knowing a universal or global language, such as English, allows crossing borders and helps to be more competitive. In recent years, learning the English language has become a global necessity in terms of communication. That is why this research is justified. It promotes the use of andragogical strategies for learning the English language. On February 17, 2016, a curricular reform was presented by the ministerial agreement, indicating that teaching of English is mandatory from the first year of basic general education for the entire educational system. This regulation seeks that the student at the end of the third year of baccalaureate reaches a B1 level according to the Common European Framework, which means that students will be able to read and write in English without difficulty. In this sense, this research focuses on strengthening the training of teachers with andragogical strategies in learning the English language to improve their professional quality and be consistent with the globalized world. With this, the teacher will be able to search for and select good material to teach classes. In this way, the teacher will become better professional and will be able to be part of a master programs, which is the principal objective of this population. So we are going to start talking about what andragogy is. So regarding the concept of andragogy, according to Araujo and Veloso in 2015, they classify it as a science of teaching adults and is responsible for guiding the teacher in the teaching learning process through a participatory methodology focused on the reality of adults. In relation to learning a language, English is perceived as a necessity by adults, as they are immersed in a digital society. So they need English to work, for communication, or to research for new information. A good teacher is in constant training to improve his professional quality. In this sense, learning the English language benefits the teacher, who is constantly updating and will be prepared to face the challenges of today's world. Andragogy is defined as the process of engaging learners. It was mentioned at the first time in 1833 by Alexander Kapp, but it was developed into a theory for adult education in 1970 by the American educator Malcolm Knowles, who is considered the father of andragogy. Andragogy examines the process by which adults learn. The adult student seeks immersion in education in different areas, it is proven that the learning is not limited by age. GAI 2017. So when we started to apply this investigator, we focus also about what a characteristic of a teacher must be. And we started to think about the role of the teacher. So the andragogy teacher must be open to changes and open to rupture paradigms. An andragogy teacher must promote a climate of respect, freedom, and equity. Why equity? Because students are willing to learn. They desire to learn more things. The andragogy teacher encourages horizontal relationship to promote participation. And the andragogy teacher must fulfill commitments made at the beginning of the lesson and enforce establishment. Standards. So this investigation design is based on a quantitative and qualitative approach. Also, we have a part of experimental, descriptive, and correlational. Within the statistic design, we use an SPSS statistic, an alpha combat, because it was a survey trying to understand and get into the problem about these 30 teachers. And then we use a student because we use a pre-test and a post-test too. So in the step number 1, we use a survey which determine the feasibility of implementing andragogical strategies. We use a questionnaire with 10 questions where we asked about the teacher's knowledge about English and about the andragogy strategies. In the second step, we use an instrument, the pre-test and a post-test, evaluating listening, reading, grammar, and vocabulary. But let's talk about what is the objective, the general objective of this investigation. The general objective was to implement andragogical strategies to learn English to these 30 teachers, adults working in an educational institution here in Tungurahua. And we are going to talk about also about the Knowles principles of andragogy core of adult learning. The first principle of andragogy is adults needs to know why they should learn something. Obviously, when we are going to teach adults, they are always going to ask why. Why do I have to learn this? So you must, first of all, to give in the main point the objective of learning. Why do they have to learn that specific part of the language? Then we have adults possess a self-concept of responsibility and self-direction. Self-concepts need to break barriers between different instructional situations. Then we have principle number 3, the experience. The experience is really important because adults draw on a deep supply of prior experiences. This is the difference toward teenagers and children, because adults, obviously, they are going to have more experience. The accumulation of experience could be a source of learning and facilitates teaching, the process of teaching and learning. Then we have the number 4 principle, that adults learning readiness links to development in social interaction. That means that the learner becomes increasingly focused on the development of tasks of their social roles. Instruction should be timely and very relevant. Principle number 5, adults seek learning focus on problems. Orientation to learn and time perspective changes from one postponed application of knowledge to immediacy of application. Learning shifts from subject-centeredness to problem-centeredness. So learning needs to be contextualized, and learners needs to know how to solve real problems from the real life. And the last principle is motivation. Adults apply greater internal motivation for learning. Motivation to learn is an internal meaning that should be worthwhile, self-satisfying, enjoyable, and the learner should have a choice over what is learned. According to all of these, we have these results after the interventions. I am going to present just the experimental group, pre-test and post-test results. According to the different parameters, grammar and vocabulary, in the pre-test they got 5.2, that means 26%. In the post-test grammar and vocabulary, 8.26, 41.3%. As you can see, we have a difference. Listening, 1.8, 9%, and listening, 3.2, 16%. Reading, 2, that means 10% in pre-test, and post-test, reading 3.66, that means 18.3%. It's obvious the difference that we can observe. So summarizing all of this investigation, it is based on a descriptive approach based on pioneering authors of andragogy like Kapp and Knowles. The feasibility of the survey was carried out under 3 main parameters, such as need for professional updating, because they were willing to learn and be updated. Level of English, they were very conscious that they had very low level of English, and the predisposition to be part of the project. The andragogical strategies that we used were discussion, analysis of different situations, simulation, projects, obviously no long-term projects, short-term projects, as for example, 1 lesson project or 1 week project, demonstrations, and problem solving within a communicative approach through the application of tasks for learning. The proposal was applied in 2 phases: the diagnosis at the beginning and the application with the work and participation of the teachers of the educational institution, El Oro, in a virtual way due to the resilience caused by the pandemic. So to finish, our recommendations will be to implement a culture of self-study and updating, take advantage of the existing human talent in educational institutions. That means that teachers work together as a group and we can collaborate to each other. We can learn many, many new things. carry out a feasibility diagnosis to implement andragogical strategies in other subjects with the purpose of improving the knowledge of the teachers of the educational institution El Oro. Through projects of contribution between teachers, as I said before, apply andragogical strategies to expand knowledge and contribute to the improvement of the teaching career. Design proposals for application in the field of andragogy to contribute to the knowledge of different areas of teachers in different institutions. So we have some references that we used in our investigation. This is just a short part of them. And it was a pleasure to just give a very small information about this investigation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anita. We really appreciate it. If there are some questions, yes, you can post them into the chat box for Anita to answer them. So let's wait a few seconds. Yes, see if there are some questions on the topic. Okay, there's one, I guess. Okay, what is the difference between CLIL method and andragogical strategies?
CLIL?
Yeah.
Okay. CLIL is teaching with when we use content of different subjects, right? For example, we are going to include geography, math, history, and we are going to teach history using the target language that in case is English. So the andragogy strategies we can use CLIL, but in this case we didn't use it because we were teaching to teachers. So they didn't need to know any of those subjects. They wanted to learn English as it is.
All right. Okay. If you taught adults, what would be the first strategy you would use to reach those students?
Okay, the first strategy when you are going to teach adults, it's the main thing is their needs, to know about students' needs. And according to their needs and interests, and also could be likes and dislikes, like very simple thing. You are going to manage your lesson plans and you are going to choose the correct material to teach them. I use some materials, like for example, that I use also with children and teenagers, and they are very willing to work with them. It depends how you are going to manage and what kind of methodology are you going to use to teach them.
Thank you very much, Anita. Yes, this was the presentation of Magister Anita Vera de la Torre and her presentation promoting the English language learning through the use of effective andragogical strategies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anita. Now, let's welcome Magister Sarita Jacqueline Isa Pazmiño, who's our coordinator of Carrera de Pedagogía de los Idiomas Nacionales y Extranjeros. She's going to have her presentation on students' perceptions of the use of technological tools that facilitate self-regulated English language learning. Magister Sarita Isa is a master in university teaching and educational administration in applied linguistics to bilingual Spanish-English teaching. She has 10 years of teaching experience in elementary and high school, and also 20 years at the university level. She has worked on research projects and participated in some scientific papers in the following areas, such as languages, teaching methodology, technology in English teaching, foreign languages acquisition, effective field in languages learning, evaluating and validating processes in other related areas. She has some current research works, such as the Learn Group, in Universidad Rovira Vigili in Spain, and the research project in the pedagogy of the national and foreign languages at UTA. So with this in mind, let's welcome Magister Sarita Isa.
Thank you very much, Javi. Please could you confirm that Are you observing my slide?
Yes, we can hear you as well. We can see the slides.
Okay, thank you very much. So as Javier said, my name is Sara Isa, and at the moment I'm the career coordinator. I'm going to start my presentation with the topic students' perception of the use of technological tools that facilitates self-regulated English language learning. I have to say that there's a preliminary study. So my presentation is divided in 3 sections: introduction, methodology, and conclusion. The purpose of this investigation was to identify to what extent the use of technological tools facilitates self-regulated learning in the students of the career in pedagogy of national and foreign languages, Zone 3. There are several factors have contributed to the introduction of this paper. First, technology has always been used in the teaching and learning process, and its advances have shaped the mode of education that institutions offer to their students. By using technology is not simply the use of modern gadgets and devices, but is due to the introduction of innovative teaching methods and systems that facilitates faster and more complete learning. Technology in English language teaching consolidates the integrated view of the modern media system and the association with other components that benefit learners in achievement and require outcomes. The inclusion of ICT in education has led to the emergence of new pedagogical practices, in which the students has gradually become the main actor of their learning, thus moving toward to self-regulated learning. So we need to understand that self-regulated learning, it's more than autonomous learning, has become a key concept, especially in higher education, since it offers the possibility of forming autonomous students able of managing their study process and develop skills that will ensure success throughout their lives, either inside or outside the academic field. In autonomous learning, it's not enough just to know the contents of a particular subject, but to have the initiative, confidence, effort, and persistence to successfully achieve the academic challenge through the use of different strategies adapted to the different learning environments and resources available at any given time. Now let's move on to another factor of this introduction. The use of ICT in English language teaching. Information and communication technologies have played a very important role in the teaching of English through the ages. Their application has contributed to the improvement of learning skills. For example, the use of internet is one of the most active ways to facilitate the understanding of English language, since it's possible to watch videos, learn new vocabulary with real image, engage in conversation with native English speakers through video conferences, other activities that can be very useful and supportive to reinforce the knowledge previously acquired in the classroom, as Jimenez said in 2018. This leads me to the next point. Strategies for learning English. To achieve the learning goals of the foreign language, students need to practice the language and interact with other people in real context. The interaction will greatly facilitate the language acquisition. In addition, to make learners easier, it is necessary to strengthen the development oral, written, and listening skills, as Diaz confirmed in 2018 using effective ELT methods. There are several important methods to ELT, each of them support especially by didactic strategies and the use of ICT. For example, computer-assisted language learning, which is defined as all activities that employ computers and technological applications to teach second and foreign languages. Let's look at another aspect, self-regulation of learning. It represents an active cognitive process in which learners set goals that direct their learning. It also aims to supervise, monitor, and regulate students' cognition, motivation, and behavior. Self-regulated learning generates among students a sense of satisfaction and motivation to study and engage in learning-related activities. Self-regulation includes the implementation of individual thinking and behavioral strategies to regulate students' motivation to learn, to know what skills and knowledge they possess to identify their learning needs and to monitor their studies habits. This with the intention to adjust to the learning demands and ultimately they regulate the whole learning process. What characterizes the students as self-regulators in their learning is not the isolated use of strategies, but their personal initiative and their perseverance to learn. Perseverance that is evident regardless the contents in which learning occurs. For this reason, self-regulation of learning is fundamental for academic achievement, since this is associated with personal work, intense involvement in study time, and with self-regulatory behavior. In the methodology, the study employed a survey design whose objective was identify the students' perception to the use of technological tools to facilitate self-regulated learning. To collect data in 19 items, questionnaire was applied. To know about their competence in English, the use of technology, autonomous learning strategies, how technology helps in English language self-regulated learning. To analyze the data, descriptive and inferential statistics were used. To construct the questionnaire, it was necessary to develop bibliography research, books, journals, and similar documents. Once the questionnaire was validated, it was shared to the population, 497 students studying in 3 universities located in Zone 3. Out of 497 students, 149 with a variety of English levels responded to the questionnaire. Let us come to the next point of some results. We took 3 questions. They were selected to measure the variables under study with the following findings. First, about the strategies commonly used by those involved in the study to self-regulate their learning language. 65.1% mentioned that the strategy they use to self-regulate their English learning language is related to the searching information. 61.6% associated with reviewing and memorizing, and 54.3% opt for reviewing notes and books, as shown in this table. This clearly shows the second question was the frequency of using technology tools for the development of self-regulated learning. The data show that 54% of the students involved in the study mentioned that they sometimes use technological tools in their self-regulated learning, while 45% said they always use this resource to enhance their learning, and they remind just 1% said they never use this type of resource that currently facilitate the process as shown. The third question was about whether technological tools facilitate self-regulated learning in the English language. 63% show agreement, while 36% consider that sometimes make easy the language learning. These graphs gives you a breakdown of results to establish the level of correlation between the variables under study, which in this case are technological tools and self-regulated learning. It was applied chi-square test, where according to the calculation, by contrasting the observed frequencies with the expected frequencies as shown, value 15.308 was established on this basis with a significance value of 0.05 at 4 degrees of freedom. The tabulated value was 9.4877 as calculated, this value higher than the tabulated one. The hypothesis is accepted, which means that the use of technological tools facilitates self-regulated English learning as shown in this table. To sum up, this study aimed to the identified students' perception regarding the use of technological tools to facilitate self-regulated learning in English. With these considerations and the results obtained, the importance of technological tools is statistically proven. In general, students express a great interest in the use of applications of these tools. About the frequency of use of technological tools to develop self-regulated learning, all students explain that they use them. However, the frequency of use varies. The students' interest in technological tools will help university to create a strategy to improve self-regulated learning in these students. Self-regulation in learning is a motivational cognitive process of control by self-determined goals, through which the learner seeks to adapt to the educational system with external and internal factors. Self-regulated learning involves goal setting, evaluation of goals, emotional reactions to progress or lack of progress, and management of resource towards goal attained. Thus, the importance of including these strategies in the teacher's lesson plans. Virtual work and virtual education have led to changes in the formation of microcurriculum. For this reason, objectives and pedagogy used in classes need to set simplistic but efficient parameters that help the students self-regulate their learning in an active way. Since it conceives and awakens the cognitive, motivational, affective, and behavioral process to achieve knowledge, skills, and abilities in an effective way in a given context. In a field of higher education, self-efficacy can be associated with the school success, learning with digital technology or education in personal learning environments. Hence, it is recommended to investigate the role of university teachers in guidance and feedback to read about self-regulated learning, including variables such as personal initiative, tenacity, and adaptability to focus on avoid procrastination. Now, I hope my presentation today will help for future investigations and understand the importance of using technology to reinforce self-regulated learning. If there is any question, I'd be glad to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sarita, for your presentation. Well, actually, there's one question we can see in the chat. So if anyone else wants to write a question in the chat box, please, you can do it now. The question goes like this. Yes, how effective, let me see, it vanished. Let's see here. Okay, how effective is it to promote self-regulated learning in university students, and how can their process be assessed?
I think that we can do it because in higher education, we always work in critical thinking. Our students understand and know what they want to get. And this is one of the principal things to go and get self-regulated learning. Understand what I want, then understand what I have to do, or what is the process that I have to do to get that self-regulated learning. Something that we need as university teacher is create an environment and applied activities that permit the students discover these things, understand what are that strategies that they are using and they are helping to get their self-regulated learning.
All right, there's another question. Okay, so it's about applications. Yes, what do you think is the most useful digital tool for a student and an application that improves the speaking skill?
Okay, as I mentioned before, this is a preliminary study. We are in the way to get that information. We have got a list of technological tools that the students mentioned that they usually use to improve every skill. In this moment, really, I can affirm what could be the most effective, because as I mentioned, we are in the way of this investigation.
Thank you very much. Thanks once again, Magister Sarita Isa, presenting her topic, Students' Perceptions of the Use of the Technological Tools that Facilitate Self-Regulated English Language Learning. Thank you very much, Sarita, once again.
Thank you to you.
Let's move on with the next presentation. And our next presenter is Magister Valeria Carolina Mendoza. She was a former student at Carrera de Idiomas from UTA, and she's presenting the topic, Building Up the English Language Listening Skill Through M-Learning Tools, a preliminary study. Before that, we can say that Magister Valeria Mendoza obtained her bachelor's degree in education sciences with a specialization in English in 2019 at UTA. In this university, she was awarded as the best overall student. Then in 2020, she started a master's program in English pedagogy as a foreign language at PUCE. In 2018, she obtained a scholarship sponsored by the UTA to make her internships in Brazil. She has participated in national and international seminars and workshops as a speaker and as a participant. Ms. Mendoza has worked as an EFL teacher in public and private schools and institutions in Ecuador and Brazil for 5 years, and she's currently working at ICAM Regional Amazon University as an EFL teacher. Thank you very much, Valeria, and welcome to this Congress.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Allow me to share my screen, please. Okay. Oh, there we are. So let me know if you can see my screen there.
Yes, yes, we can see the screen, Valeria. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share with you a research project. We hope you find it interesting and you enjoy the presentation. So let's start. And the topic to be developed is building up the English language listening skill through mobile learning tools, a preliminary study. The research was conducted by Ana Yasmina Vera de la Torre, Valeria Mendoza, Marbella Escalante, and Doris Cumbe. We're going to go through these different aspects here. We're going to have the introduction, the problem, then the justification, some main concepts regarding this topic, the methodology, the experimentation, and we're going to have as well the results we got and some conclusions. Okay, so as an introduction, we have that mobile technology has notably taken an important role in the educative field. There are a wide range of resources that are available to improve different skills in certain areas that we do not know yet. The main aim of this study is to present you two mobile apps that you can use in your classes nowadays that we are working with this virtual modality to improve the listening skill and to determine as well the influence of the English listening and 6-minute English mobile applications in the development of the listening comprehension. This study is developed at Unidad Educativa Prócer Manuel Quiroga. It is in Santo Domingo City in Ecuador. We were working with 63 students of the 3rd year of high school during 2 months. And 33 students were part of the experimental group and the other 30 students were part of the control group. And to collect the information, the researchers applied some standardized pre-test and post-test. Okay. Which was the problem that we faced and that motivated us to carry out this research project. First of all, we perceive a low listening comprehension in students. And it was mainly because teachers did not have the necessary resources to share with students different audios, songs, conversations, and so on. So the main cause was the outdated teaching process, because as you know, nowadays we are being part of this new era in education, and there are a lot of teachers who only are applying some traditional methodologies, right? And the use of these traditional methodologies contribute as well to a lack of interest from students. They are not motivated to study English, and it seems that this language is a kind of luck to them. I have heard to some students that say, well, I am studying English because it is just a requirement to obtain my degree, and this is the only reason why I'm studying it, because I don't like the language, right? And it is because of the motivation, the lack of motivation we have there. Based on the established problem that we found, we have a strong reason to find some ways in order to improve the listening skill comprehension in students. In the globalized world, English has become a challenge and a necessity because it provides opportunities to people. Different countries and universities and professors have developed methodologies and strategies to help students acquire it. And the use of mobile technology has been having a positive effect in the acquisition of this language. Here, we are going to have some pictures of the two mobile apps that I am going to present you a little bit later. Let's analyze together some concepts of what researchers say about the use of mobile apps in the learning process and the positive effects it has in the listening skill. First, let's have our context, right? Or reality in Ecuador. What is going on here? A 2015 research that was applied to a group of Ecuadorian teachers demonstrated that the average for an Ecuadorian is 79. We got 19 points in the listening, 19 points in the reading, 20 points in the writing, and 21 points in the speaking skill. This means that the Ecuadorians are classified as intermediate for reading and listening, and upper intermediate for the speaking and the writing. It is according to the British Council in 2015. As it is noticeable, one of the skills conveying more difficulties is the listening skill. The listening, it's an invisible mental process which makes it difficult to describe. That is, that people who listen must discriminate between different sounds, understand the vocabulary and the different grammatical structures, interpret the emphasis and message, and retain and interpret all that both within the intermediate context or from a broader social cultural context. I'm going to present you the two apps we are proposing you to use in order to develop the listening skill. And this is the English listening app. This is only a mobile app. We need to take advantage of this reality we are facing nowadays, that every single student that is connected in our classes has a mobile device, right? So the English listening is an application that pretends to develop the listening skill in students that are learning English language. It has 6 different types of listening lessons, such as we have a variety here: fill in the blanks, listening lessons, what we have in the picture, listening to famous quotes, we have short passages, we have sentence dictation, and we have also long paragraphs. Inside every big lesson, there are 30 mini lessons according to the general topic, being in total 180 lessons. ESL instructors with master degrees in TESOL were the ones who created those lessons. So it is an advantage because this mobile app was created by teachers like us, so they understand our reality and they understand the necessities the students have in the classes. In this menu, we are going to have different lessons which are designed for 3 types of users. We're going to have beginners, intermediate students, and advanced English learners as well. So we have a variety here. And here it's the other app, the 6-minute English app. I would like to say that this is an app that I knew when I was studying the career, and I found it really helpful for me. So I have my personal experience with this app. It was really helpful for me, and I liked it a lot. So this 6-minute English app belongs to the English conversations from the BBC Language Learn English program. It contains a very big variety of lessons that are presented in an interactive conversation. And I would like to say that the conversations here, they are real. So the interaction is real. And there you are going to listen audios of 6-minute English, but you're not going to get bored because of the interaction people are having while having the conversation. And also 6-minute English objective is to develop the listening skill, but also it contains some spaces that focus on learning vocabulary and grammar. The audios presented in this app are interesting, and we have topics about education, science, history, geography, politics, and others. So you can choose which topic to listen according to the lesson you are teaching to your students, so you can adapt the content. So it means this app provides authentic audios, and at the end of the conversation, the people who are talking made an explanation of the new words that were said during the audio. And another advantage of this app is that we have also a computer version. So here we have 2 versions, and you can download the script and also you can download the audio. So if you want to have like interaction with your students, you can give them the scripts and you can make them to participate in the class. Regarding the methodology, we are going to have here the basic method, the population, the level of the research, and the approach that we use. This research project is identified for being qualitative and quantitative. So it is a mixed approach. The accumulated data is analyzed through numbers, tabulations, and statistics presented in table graphics to prove hypotheses and establish conclusions and recommendations. It is qualitative because the researchers took direct information through a survey from teachers and quizzes that students from the Educativa Professor Manuel Quiroga of 3rd year of high school took. We work with 63 students and 5 teachers. In total, we have 68 students, and we have 2 groups. We divided the students in 2 groups, the experimental group and the control group. The type of the research establishes a clear relation between the 2 variables, dependent and independent. That is why we have here an explanatory level. And also the research was conducted at the Unidad Educativa Professor Manuel Quiroga, so the researchers gotta go there. And the independent variable was applied to students of 3rd year of high school during 2 months. We were carrying out the project, this research project during 2 months, and we applied a pre-test and a post-test to obtain the results. So let's see which are the results. Here we have some results. Taking into account the obtained results in the pre and the post-test, we applied the Wilcoxon test to get a deep analysis of the applied methodology at Unidad Educativa Profesor Manuel Quiroga in order to develop the listening skill comprehension through the use of mobile applications. Wilcoxon is a non-parametric test that compares two related samples, and it works with the SPSS program to analyze and compare the two obtained samples. Here we have in this part a result of a survey that we applied to teachers, and the question was about the use of mobile applications in the class. And according to these results, how often do teachers use mobile applications in the class? In this institution, we have that 0% answered always, then at 20% of the teachers answered sometimes, 40% of the teachers answered rarely, and the other 40% of the teachers answered never. According to the results we have here, we can conclude that teachers, they do not use these mobile applications due to the lack of knowledge about the different apps that we have here. And here we have some results of the pre-test and the post-test. We took here some random examples. And here we have the experimental group in the green table. In the experimental group, in the pre-test, one student got a 6, and then in the post-test, one student got a 9. On the other hand, in the control group, we have that one student got a 5 in the pre-test, and then in the post-test, the student got a 6. So here we have a difference, right, that we can notice, and we can analyze there the effectiveness of these two mobile apps in the listening comprehension. As conclusions, based on what we have done, first we have that the English listening and 6-minute English are two mobile applications that can be trusted by teachers to develop the listening comprehension in students. These applications provide a great variety of interactive, innovative, and educational activities to manage listening. Its system is reliable and contains truthful information to be imparted in class. The students from third year of high school showed a great acceptance of the mentioned mobile applications. The listening skill is not passive at all, because we usually say that is a passive skill, but it also conveys a mental procedure in which the listener processes the information and understands the message. And in students from third year of high school, this skill is really essential because through this skill, they can acquire not only the correct pronunciation of words, but even vocabulary, grammar, and good production of information. The English listening and 6-minute English made students to have a memorable development in the listening skill. As the main objective of these two mobile applications is the listening skills, they are intimate related within this skill. So these two apps are excellent to develop the listening skill in students. So thank you so much for your attention. That's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Valeria, for such presentation. All right, so if people have questions, please post them in the chat box for me to read them. Actually, there's one. The question, yeah. So you recommend teachers to use these tools as supporting material for their teaching purposes? To what extent are they really effective?
Okay, of course, I can recommend teachers to use, for example, these two apps. First, because they are reliable. Second, because they really motivate students. Nowadays, that we are facing this online modality, we have a big variety online, right? So we gotta take advantage of that. And, you know, we have our books, we have our content, so we can like reinforce the education with these apps, as I said before, taking the advantage and taking into account that at least that students who are there in our online classes, in the synchronous classes, they are having a mobile device, they're having a computer, a cell phone, so they have the opportunity to carry out these activities.
There should be a balance between tools and the teachers teaching.
Yeah, of course. So we cannot say that only one thing is 100% true or 100% good or bad. And yeah, we gotta find a balance. We gotta find the positive things of all the tools and materials that we are provided. And then we are like taking the good things to have a nice class and to have a memorable learning experience.
Thank you
And
very
yeah, we
much.
also can combine, you know, some traditional and some things that we have nowadays, that we can like mix those approaches that we have.
All right. Thank you very much. This was the presentation, Building Up the English Language Listening Skill through M-Learning Tools, a preliminary study, presented by Magister Valeria Mendoza. Let's continue with more presentations. And now we have this topic, Enhancing Reading Skills Through Literary Circles Strategy in EFL Students, presented by Magister Renato Bautista. Magister Renato Bautista is a graduate from Technical University of Ambato, where he also obtained his master's degree in pedagogy of the national and foreign languages with a specialization in English. He has worked teaching English to teenagers and young adults. He always strives to foster student self-esteem and nurture an understanding of cultural diversity, gender differences, and physical limitations. He has chosen to teach because it is a demanding and exciting world where he learns to teach and learn every day. With this in mind, let's welcome Magister Renato Bautista.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I don't know if you can see. Can you confirm,
yes.
please?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here with you in the first International Scientific Congress at the University of Technical Ambato, okay? So as you listen, my name is Renato Bautista, and I'm going to present about enhancing reading skills through literary circles strategy in English foreign language students. I would like to start saying that wherever they are called, literature, discussion groups, book clubs, reading response groups, or reading clubs, the members of those groups or clubs come together to discuss and respond to a text or a book, and they are often modeled by a teacher or an adult. They are assigned different roles to each one of the members of the group to help the group function more productively. When saying that, it is clearly that in a country with poor reading habits like Ecuador, the use of literary circles is an exceptional alternative to inspire students to read independently and expose them to the foreign language. Abchidal, 2018. Spoken and written words are the foundation of life. Children who read for pleasure every day do not only do better in school, but also they express themselves better, make friends, and have certain key lives. That's why this research was done, to analyze the benefit of literacy circles on the reading attitudes of English foreign language students. The justification. The limited reading habits in the Ecuadorian culture has been always an obstacle in education. The lack of inspiration students have for reading influences the second language learning too. Student academic progress is limited without reading comprehension skills. This research was carried out due to the great interest teachers have to master new strategies and be updated with dynamic and effective methods, with tangible methods to bring their classes to life. This is to cheer up English foreign language learners' desire to read independently. That is, the need arises for teachers of using literature circles to develop student self-confidence in the foreign language and provide them with enough intercultural competences to success in this globalized world. This research work is feasible due to the collaboration of students who facilitate the analysis of the problem, and also the teachers and authorities who take part of this institution. Essentially, in this research, the main beneficiaries will be the students within the academic performance, considering that speaking English as a second language is a requirement in the modern world because it allows effective communication in our globalized reality. Objectives. The first point is to diagnose the reading comprehension level that the students have. Then to list the most widely used reading comprehension strategies that teachers work with. And finally, to establish the relationship between literary circles in the development of reading skills in English foreign language students. Research background. Thomas and Kip 2019. They developed a research about the impact of literature circles in the developmental college classroom. They examined the effects of literature circles on the reading achievement of college students taking developmental reading courses at a Central State University from North Carolina in USA. During the research, 38 college students were assigned randomly to either a treatment group or the experimental group. The literature circles were implemented once per week during 5 continuous weeks, and it consisted of 3 connect activities: collaborative oral retell, short writing response, and open discussion. Further, quantitative methods were used. Quantitative methods were used to measure the effectiveness of the intervention, and qualitative methods were used to analyze the reading attitude and textual engagement. After the respective analysis, it was concluded that literature circles improve reading comprehension, facilitate deep content understanding, and meaningful textual engagement. In another research carried out by Toro 2010, she studied literature circles' influence on reading comprehension. Through her work research, she aimed to know if literature circles improve reading comprehension skills of third grade children from a private secular mixed bilingual school located in the north of Quito in Ecuador. The students were previously divided into 4 parallels, about 25 students. 2 groups of them were assigned to be the control and to the experimental. The experimental group were trained twice per week during 14 minutes along 8 months. Before implementing the project, all the participants were taking a QR1, a QR2 test to determine the reading comprehension level the students have. Later, a new test was taken to determine if there has been any improvement. Then they continue applying the strategy. At the end, another test, the same test was retaken to obtain the second amount of data. The data revealed that literature circles strategy strengthens the most advanced thought processes, such as analysis, synthesis, argumentation, and discussion that make the domain over a topic evident, and therefore students show greater reading comprehension. The methodology. This research is experimental because the control group and the experimental group were compared in all aspects, except in the application of the treatment. So any difference among them could be only attributed to the treatment. It has a qualitative, quantitative mixed approach. It is qualitative because it produces descriptive data, people on words, writing and spoken text, observable behavior. And it is quantitative because it relies on numerical measurement, counting, using statistics to establish exact indicators. In the same way, the instrument that was used is a Cambridge reading sample test for A1 movers as pre-test and post-test. Then it was validated by the T-student test. This research was carried out with 67 students from 6th grade A and B of basic general education. And then they were divided using the Al-Azhar online tool into the control group and the experimental group. The experimental group was exposed to reading strategy 2 hours per week for 1 month. And a single pre-test and post-test was administered to the entire population as a tool to collect the necessary information for the analysis. The data were processed and tabulated in graphs and tables to later obtain the conclusions and the recommendations. Theoretical foundations. Student academic progress is limited without skills of reading, comprehension, and the motivation for reading to learn. Alberman and Eyre, 2003. Lopez Medina, 2007. Literature circles could be a vehicle to facilitate students to become better readers, as well as teachers to improve the pedagogical skills. Reading skill is essential because it develops the mind. Understanding writing words is one way the mind grows its ability. Through reading stories, children are exposed to a wide range of words. Coxia Harvey, 2015, also intrinsically motivate the students to be involved in the act of reading because they are associating with the method, with the pleasure act of conversation with peers. Result and discussions. To carry out the current research, a pre-test and post-test were handled as a technique to gather the primary information. To apply the knowledge test, both the experimental groups, a Cambridge reading test designed for A1 movers was used. This test regularly contains 6 parts, but for this intervention, I have just considered 3 essential parts that were mainly about reading. This test was conducted through an online program called Live Worksheets. And the same questionnaire was administered in the pre-test and in the post-test. As you can see in the graphics, the post-test demonstrates that a clear difference between the experimental group and the control group. That is, through literature circles, the students increase the lexicon, and more important, they learn to interpret words through writing clubs and graphic representations, which are the basis for the development of other reading skills. Comparing that score with the evaluation criteria, it is determined that there is a difference between the means of group studies. Therefore, the level of knowledge in the final exam for the experimental group has changed a lot. So it affirms that the study pedagogy of which these students were part has had a positive effect and has improved the level of understanding of English language. Conclusion. Through the scores achieved in the initial test, it became evident that the students' reading comprehension level is seriously compromised due to the lack of interest in reading and the scarce revision of formal text. In other words, these situations don't contribute to the consolidation and total mastery of reading skills that are essential within the understanding of different subjects and disciplines. According to what could be observed during this intervention, most educators conduct classic reading comprehension strategies, such as identifying the main idea, summarizing, answering, and asking questions. Teachers use reading strategies in a reflective and flexible manner to promote children reading skills. However, the repetitive use of these strategies is not enough to cover the diverse needs of all students. The relationship between the strategy of literary circles in the development of reading comprehension skills is of great importance, as it enables students to learn within a framework of understanding the purposes and objectives of the target text, both the explicit writing text and the implicit information and facts based on other closed stories. So those are my reference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was a presentation from Magister Renato Bautista. If there are some questions, I invite the audience to post those questions into the chat box. All right, there's one. How can we foment a real reading culture in our students if they don't like to read in Spanish even? So what would you do for them to read in English?
Yes. My strategy, as I mentioned, which like to read a lot. So that's why I choose this strategy, and I offer this strategy to you because I also was a student who don't like to read, and that was my problem. I choose this problem because of me, because I don't like to read in Spanish, even it's more difficult in English. So, but I like to talk with people. I like to share knowledge with people, and that is literature circles. You read a text and you dialogue with your classmates, with friends. You have different activities. It's not like simple like a book club where you read and share knowledge. Literature circles goes beyond, and you have many alternatives to work with this strategy. For example, you can assign different roles to each one of the members of the group. You can say you are the word wizard, so you are in charge of looking for new words you don't understand. You are the leader of this group. You are in charge of looking the students are dialoguing, are conversating, and you can adapt to your level, you can adapt to your needs, to your teacher. Sorry, it's because I live in the jungle, and so sorry, I live in Macas. I have problems with the internet. Sorry. So that's what I offer before this strategy is because we don't have the culture to read, so we can implement this strategy to cultivate reading attitudes, independent reading with our learners.
All right. Is there any other question? I don't think so. Well, this was a presentation by Magister Renato Bautista, Enhancing Reading Skills Through Literary Circles Strategy in EFL Students. Thank you very much, Renato.
Thank you to you.
All right, let's move on with the next presentation presented by Magister Andrea Karina Carvajal, docente del Departamento de Ciencias Humanas y Sociales de ESPE Latacunga, with a topic that is social effective strategies as a teaching method in times of the COVID-19 pandemic. a way to develop productive skills in collaborative learning. Magister Carvajal has a degree in Human Sciences and Education with an English mention. She's Master in Pedagogy of National and Foreign Languages mentioned in English. She has worked as a researcher, teacher in the area of the English language in technological institutes of higher education. She has been a teacher of basic, middle, and high school. She's also been an active teacher of the American Military Academy Network. She has made several publications of scientific articles in digital bases. With that in mind, so let's welcome Magister Andrea Karina Carvajal. Andrea, welcome.
Hello, it is a pleasure to be here. Thank you for this opportunity. Okay, give me just one moment in order to present my presentation.
Go ahead. Good. Meanwhile, I remind all people, if you have questions to pose, please do them and write them on the chat box. So our participants will be eager to answer and reply back to you all the questions. All right, so I guess we're ready.
Yes, we are ready. Just
Here we go.
one moment. Okay, so let's start. Today I'm going to present my research topic that is socio-affective strategies as a teaching method in times of the COVID-19 pandemic, a way to develop productive skills in collaborative learning. The authors, Rubela Janet Pila, Magister Diego Santiago Andrade Naranjo, Magister Milton Andrés Arellano Reyes, and who is talking, Andrea Karina Carvajal Gavilanes. Okay, as an introductory part here, when we're talking about socio-affective strategies in English language, it is taken as a reference to the set of techniques that determine the general guidelines that must be allowed to communicate effectively, orally, or in writing. Regarding to productive skills, they allow students to produce the language, whether oral or written, carrying out actions, activities, and processes. Collaborative learning is a didactic technique that promotes students-centered learning based in small and large groups work. Considering that teaching is a dynamic and not a static exchange of factors, even more in times of pandemic in which all factors must be grouped for the proper development of a class, the interest of this research is the limit implementation of social affective strategies for the development of productive skills, which causes minimal collaborative learning. Bearing in mind that the development of productive skills is an indispensable part of individuals' large process, a reduced use of group work activities has the effect of using ambiguous activities, hindering active communicative production. So students cannot demonstrate in all the skills are acquired, since monotony prevents the development of more participatory and collaborative language that allows monotonous development. Okay, the main objective for this research is to determine the impact that social affective strategies have on the development of productive skills in collaborative learning in times of COVID-19 pandemic. Here we can see the two main theoretical review. In this case, Salazar Lopez mentions that a reduced use of social affective strategies generate a negative effect on the learning of a foreign language. Social interactions between individuals help to share interests and needs, enriching the affective part that is often hid by individuals' predispositions, which can be overcome with the implementation of affective strategies. Also, Jacome Ramirez indicates that when we talk about collaborative learning and its influence on the productive skills that are developed in a master class when there is a lockdown due to a pandemic, individuals and groups' participation must be taken into account, since it is essential to acquire extra material that serves as reinforcements and support in the development of productive skills. Practice and performance allow greater security in expressing ourselves. Continuing, types of research methodology. This research use a quantitative research. Qualitative because in the first place, it represents, analyzes, and seeks the understanding of the facts, the problematic situation, studying the importance of who's involved on social affective strategies in the development of productive skills. Quantitative because numerical data will be obtained applying statistical processes that allow to verify and demonstrate results to be proposed in our hypothesis. Also, this research uses a flexible methodology in its exploratory research. A descriptive research because describe data and characteristics of the population. Also, correlational research works in the relation between the variables. To collect the necessary information about the problem, a specific instrument were applied, in this case, a survey. An elaborate questionnaire was used to apply, which allows detecting the behavior of the students. The same that help to collect the primary information and at the same time allow to know a criteria that the different students have about the topic. It consists of 10 questions that contain the object of the investigation, and that serves to observe in what degree of problem is found and look for a prompt solution to the problem. It should be also to be noted that of this question, the analysis and interpretation of the result was carried out in order to finally reach the conclusions of the present work. The research work with the entire sample, which is 169 students, to whom a survey of social affective strategies was applied. That contains the categories of the research problem. The tabulation and the interpretation of data was carried out to the manual tabulation system, analyzing survey by survey and analyzing response by response, to group them in tables in which the statistical and percentage data were collected, the same as they are represented in graphs, and it will allow to obtain the conclusions. In order to verify the hypothesis, the chi-square statistical test was used, which is a non-parametric test or free distribution statistic that allows to establish correspondence between observed and expected values, researching up to the comparison in entire distribution. It is a test that allows global verification of the group of expected frequencies calculated from the hypothesis to be verified between categorical contingency between the variables. With the data obtained in the statistical test, a bell curve was created in which an acceptance zone and a rejection zone are shown. The new hypothesis is rejected and the initial hypothesis is accepted. Social affective strategies impact the development of productive skills and collaborative learning in times of pandemic in students. Finally, concluding that the non-use of social affective strategies permanently in classes influences the inter-learning process, affecting the development of productive skills in students' development of those. While the progress made by teachers in the area of English is not as accepted, since social affective strategies in the inter-learning process help in dynamics with the classroom in order to enhance the development of productive skills in English language. Likewise, many activities are framed that can be used as many times as necessary during the teaching learning process, since it can be acquired and applied in an easy, practical, and concise way, because it is a direct and adaptable at any type of change that is necessary to cover the pertinent needs, being a feasible contribution to communication and development of the same, as it improves the opportunity to express themselves in a free way, proving and promoting opportunities for teachers and students to improve the learning of English language with a social and effective context. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Andrea, for your presentation. Now we are going to the round of questions. If anyone wants to ask a question to Magister Andrea Carvajal, I would like you to write the question into the chat box for me to read it. Okay, people are writing, so let's wait for just a moment. Questions? Okay, there's one. Let's see, what is it? Which socio-affective strategies do you consider are the most important in this time of the COVID-19?
Okay, the more important social affective strategies are monitoring, increasing confidence, and one more that is produce self confidence.
Okay, I guess there's another one. Which type of productive skills did you develop the most in your presentation, in your research must be?
Yeah, the most that I developed in my research was speaking, because the students start talking, as I said, in a free way, without thinking in errors, without thinking that they are creating some mistakes. So speaking is the most skill that we develop in this research.
Very good. I guess there are no more questions. So this was Magister Andrea Karina Carvajal, docente del Departamento de Ciencias Humanas y Sociales de la ESPE Latacunga, with her topic, Socio-Affective Strategies as a Teaching Method in Times of the COVID-19 Pandemic, a way to develop productive skills in collaborative learning. Thank you very much, Andrea.
Thank you.
All right. Vamos a continuar con nuestras presentaciones. En esta ocasión las voy a hacer en español, pues nuestra siguiente presentación es en este idioma. Para lo cual tenemos a Magister Nicole Bárbara Pérez Paredes con la ponencia Estilos de crianza y su relación con el comportamiento prosocial en adolescentes. Nicole Bárbara Pérez Paredes es egresada de la carrera de Psicología Clínica de la Universidad Técnica de Ambato. Ha realizado prácticas desarrolladas en los centros de salud y en el Club Rotaract Ambato Cosmopolita. Ha participado en proyectos de vinculación con la sociedad y brinda su contingente en la Fundación Saturno. Con esto en mente, le damos la bienvenida a Magister Nicole Bárbara Pérez. Ok.
Muy buenas tardes con todos los presentes. Mi estudio se llama Estilos de crianza y su relación con el comportamiento prosocial en adolescentes. Fue desarrollado por mi persona y por Mayra Rodríguez. Como todos sabemos, la familia es considerada el núcleo de la sociedad. Por esa razón, los estilos de crianza empleados dentro de ella son sumamente fundamentales para la formación de los niños que en un futuro son adolescentes, debido a que la socialización es un papel fundamental dentro de ellos. Es por esta razón de que cuando no existe la internalización adecuada de valores dentro del hogar, existe un deterioro de la sociedad. Dentro de mis variables de investigación tenemos el estilo de crianza y el comportamiento prosocial. Dentro de una de mis variables, los estilos de crianza, tenemos que es la manera que tienen los padres de responder y reaccionar ante las emociones de un niño. Diana Bounot nos menciona que existen 3 tipos de crianza. Entre ellos son el autoritario, el permisivo y el autoritativo. Dentro del autoritario tenemos que se caracterizan porque los porque los padres tienen una dinámica unidireccional, es decir, en donde no se toma en cuenta el criterio u opinión de los padres, sino más bien las normas son tan rígidas que el padre asume mucho tiempo para controlar de manera muy rígida la cabalidad, los límites de normas que tienen que llevar los niños. Dentro del tipo de crianza permisivo o no restrictivo, tenemos que se caracteriza porque el niño se le otorga total autoridad, es decir, aquí no existen límites claros, por lo tanto, el niño no tiene coherencia de la autoridad porque prácticamente hace lo que él desee. Dentro de lo que es el autoritativo o democrático, tenemos que es primordial las normas de comportamiento, a diferencia de que dentro de este estilo de crianza se atienden las necesidades del niño. Es decir, que el criterio y opinión de los niños es importante para el desarrollo y la aplicación de este estilo de crianza. Por eso, Diana Bounot nos menciona que el estilo de crianza autoritativo es el más recomendado. Mi otra variable es el comportamiento prosocial. Es la tendencia a realizar acciones que buscan un efecto beneficioso sobre los demás. Dentro del comportamiento prosocial tenemos 2 aspectos que son la conducta prosocial y la empatía y apoyo emocional. La conducta conducta prosocial como tal son las acciones que tienen las personas frente a otras, sin esperar una retribución de ningún tipo. La empatía, en cambio, no solo es ponerse en los zapatos de la otra persona, sino más bien es entender, comprender y experimentar los sentimientos que está atravesando la otra persona. El aspecto emocional se ve directamente influenciado por cómo nuestros padres reaccionaron a nuestras emociones cuando éramos pequeños. Por tal razón, nosotros vamos a replicar dicho comportamiento con las personas quienes necesiten este apoyo emocional, siendo el caso. Otras investigaciones que corroboran a mi investigación tenemos el Aguirre Dávila en el 2015 encontró que de igual manera prevalecen dentro del estudio realizado el estilo autoritativo. Fue realizada esta investigación en Colombia en 281 participantes de diferentes estatus económicos. Dentro del comportamiento prosocial tenemos autores como Montiel y González, en donde realizó un estudio de 359 adolescentes argentinos, en donde se pudo evidenciar que prevalece la conducta prosocial. De igual forma, entre los estilos de crianza y el comportamiento prosocial, Carlo en el 2007 realizó un estudio en el 2030, con 233 adolescentes estadounidenses, en donde se pudo concluir que las prácticas de crianza son estrechamente relacionadas con el comportamiento prosocial que tienen los adolescentes. Dentro de mi investigación, como objetivo general, tengo identificar la relación de los estilos de crianza y el comportamiento prosocial en adolescentes. Dentro de los objetivos específicos, tenemos determinar el estilo de crianza que prevalece en los adolescentes, definir los aspectos de tendencia prosocial en adolescentes y analizar los aspectos de tendencia prosocial según el sexo de los adolescentes. Dentro de la metodología, utilicé 2 reactivos psicológicos. El primero es la escala de conducta prosocial, que evalúa la conducta y ayuda de empatía. Este test psicológico tiene una confiabilidad de 0,76 en el alfa de combo, lo que indica que es un test validado que nos ayuda para la investigación. Mi segundo reactivo psicológico es el cuestionario de dimensión y estilos de crianza. Este reactivo psicológico evalúa 3 tipos de estilos, que son el autoritario, el autoritativo y el permisivo. Este test tiene 3 dimensiones antes mencionadas. Cada una de ellas tiene una confiabilidad de 0,91, 0,86 y 0,75 en el alfa de Cambridge. Dentro de los métodos utilizados tenemos que es un enfoque cuantitativo, de alcance descriptivo y correlacional y de corte transversal. Mi grupo de estudio estuvo conformado por 97 estudiantes comprendidas en edad de 15 y 18 años, pertenecientes a primero, segundo y tercer año de bachillerato. La muestra final fue de 96, debido a que uno de los participantes no cumplió con los criterios de inclusión, que fue la aceptación y firma del consentimiento informado. Por esta razón quedó excluido. Y al final se quedó con una muestra de 96, que fueron 48 hombres y 48 mujeres. Dentro de los resultados y discusión, tenemos que el primer objetivo específico fue determinar el estilo de crianza que prevalece en los adolescentes. Se realizó una comparación de medias con la cual se puede determinar que el estilo de crianza que prevalece es el autoritativo con 3,55, seguido del permisivo con 2,36 y finalmente el autoritario con 2,26. Mis resultados comparten similitud con un estudio realizado en Colombia por Aguirre en el 2015 y una investigación realizada por Mestre en el 2007 en un grupo de adolescentes españoles. De igual manera, difiere de un trabajo realizado en Perú, en donde el Castillo Castro menciona que prevalece el estilo autoritario. Como segundo objetivo específico tenemos determinar el estilo de crianza que prevalece en los adolescentes. Dentro de este objetivo, se utilizó la comparación de medias, donde se pudo determinar que la conducta prosocial es la tendencia que más prevalece, como se puede ver aquí, con 3,65. De igual forma, comparte similitud con los estudios realizados por Montiel y González en el 2021 y un estudio desarrollado en 359 adolescentes argentinos. Y difiere de un trabajo realizado en un grupo de adolescentes desvinculados de grupos armados en Colombia, en donde menciona que el aspecto de empatía y apoyo emocional es el que prevalece dentro de este grupo. Como tercer objetivo específico tenemos definir los aspectos de tendencia prosocial en los adolescentes. Se realizó una comparación de los aspectos de tendencia prosocial y el sexo, aplicando una prueba de comparación de grupos, la cual fue la U de Magwinet, que nos permitió comparar los aspectos de tendencia prosocial y el sexo, en donde se pudo evidenciar que las mujeres son las que mayor puntaje tienen, tanto en la conducta prosocial como en la empatía y apoyo emocional, como se puede evidenciar aquí. Estos resultados comparten similitud con el estudio desarrollado en adolescentes españoles y en un grupo de 518 adolescentes argentinos que fue realizado por Páez y Robela. Dentro de la verificación de la hipótesis, como objetivo general tenemos identificar la relación de los estilos de crianza y el comportamiento prosocial. Ante lo cual se aplicó una prueba de correlación en donde se pudo observar que la conducta prosocial se relaciona de manera positiva y baja y estadísticamente significativa con el estilo autoritativo y permisivo. Y de igual manera, el otro tipo de tendencia prosocial, que fue la empatía y apoyo emocional, se relaciona con el estilo de crianza autoritativo. De igual manera, tiene una relación positiva baja y la relación estadísticamente significativa entre las variables. De igual manera, comparten similitud con una investigación realizada en 233 adolescentes estadounidenses, en donde se encontró de igual forma que existe una estrecha relación entre los estilos de crianza y el comportamiento prosocial. Y otro estudio desarrollado en Estados Unidos con dos grupos poblacionales distintos, con padres e hijos, en donde cada uno de los grupos llenó un reactivo psicológico que nos permitió de igual manera encontrar esta estrecha relación. Y difiere del trabajo desarrollado en 1.285 adolescentes, en el cual se obtuvo que los estilos parentales están en segundo plano, es decir, en donde se encontró que los estilos de crianza no comparten tanta similitud con la disposición prosocial que pueden presentar los adolescentes. Se pudo llegar a la conclusión que el estilo de crianza que prevalece en los adolescentes es el autoritativo o democrático, lo cual nos quiere decir que el estilo de crianza que emplean los padres hacia sus hijos atiende a las necesidades y son escuchadas las opiniones por el adolescente. El aspecto de tendencia prosocial más relevante es la conducta prosocial, que corresponde a las actitudes que tienen los adolescentes con los demás, proporcionando su ayuda sin esperar algún tipo de retribución. Y con respecto a los aspectos de tendencia prosocial, existen diferencias significativas según el sexo y las puntuaciones más altas se dieron a las mujeres, siendo tanto la conducta prosocial como el aspecto de apoyo emocional y empatía se encuentran más altos en mujeres que en hombres. Y finalmente se determinó que los estilos de crianza empleados por los padres como el autoritativo y el permisivo están estrechamente relacionados con el comportamiento prosocial que presentan los adolescentes, tomando en cuenta que dentro de la casa y nuestros cuidadores principales o padres nos enseñan valores y la educación impartida se replica con otros. Es decir, que muchas de las veces las conductas son aprendidos y son replicadas frente a los otros, lo ya aprendido. Dentro de las recomendaciones, al culminar mi estudios, puedo sugerir que se debe seguir investigando la variable comportamiento prosocial, debido a que hay una escasa información sobre esta variable. Y es importante seguir investigando para tener más resultados y para poder hacer comparaciones. De igual manera, para abordar los estilos de crianza se recomienda intervenir a través de la psicoeducación con los padres, debido a que muchas de las veces los padres no tienen conocimiento o no son conscientes del estilo que están empleando con sus hijos. Y con la información proporcionada, esto puede cambiar y mejorar. De igual manera, se pueden utilizar técnicas cognitivo-conductuales para favorecer el desenvolvimiento de los adolescentes. Y considero que también es importante abordar la variable psicológica de inteligencia emocional, tomando en cuenta los cambios que presentan en esta edad los adolescentes. Finalmente, mis referencias bibliográficas. Muchas gracias por su atención y estoy presta a contestar cualquier pregunta, por favor.
Ok, muchas gracias, Magister Pérez. Hoy es la oportunidad para hacer cualquier tipo de pregunta a nuestra disertante. Aquí tenemos una. ¿Considera usted que el estilo de crianza autoritario es importante en el desarrollo de niños y adolescentes?
Ya. Respondiendo a su pregunta, si el estilo de crianza es autoritativo, ¿es importante dentro de los niños y adolescentes? Sí, porque Diana Bogner nos menciona que este estilo de crianza es el más sugerido dentro de ellos, porque se atiende a las emociones y necesidades que tienen los niños y los adolescentes, y su opinión es aceptada. Por tal razón, el niño tiene una respuesta emocional adecuada, lo que le va a permitir desarrollarse en varias esferas y afrontar dichos acontecimientos que se le presenten en la vida, a diferencia de los otros estilos de crianza. El permisivo no tiene autoridad, clara, y el autoritario tiene una autoridad demasiado marcada que no le permite al niño dar su opinión y muchas de las veces se siente como el niño se siente como ¿cómo se me fue la palabra? Como muy acomplejado porque no puede desenvolverse más bien si no son con las normas de los padres.
Ok. Tenemos la siguiente pregunta. ¿Por qué piensa que los padres son tan permisivos en la actualidad?
Ya. Considero que hoy en día el estilo de crianza permisivo y los padres son muy permisivos por varios factores. Entre ellos es el hecho de que hoy en la actualidad los padres no permanecen totalmente en casa. Entonces los niños tienen mucho tiempo libre. Lo que cuando el padre llega por la noche, sí, no tiene mucho tiempo de compartir con los niños, lo que no permite establecer reglas y límites claros dentro del hogar. Y como tal, dentro se vuelve esto tan permisivo porque los padres comienzan a tratar de retribuir la falta de atención, cediéndoles muchas cosas y dándole, como su nombre lo dice, el permiso para que ellos puedan hacer lo que quieran.
Tenemos una tercera pregunta. ¿Considera usted que los padres demasiado autoritarios solo logran que sus hijos hagan cosas a sus espaldas?
Esta pregunta tiene como dos factores. Entre ellos, sí, cuando las normas son tan impuestas, es que los niños se sienten como muy acomplejados y no pueden hacer lo que ellos quieran, lo que provoca que comiencen a mentir, que comienzan a hacer cosas atrás de los padres, como lo dijeron, a sus espaldas. Es decir, que el niño no tenga la libertad y la confianza para decir a los padres lo que quieren o lo que piensan. Entonces, sí, el autoritario tiene esa desventaja. El hecho de que los niños quieran hacer las cosas, pero atrás. Entonces, sí, yo considero que el estilo autoritario es un factor fundamental para que el niño haga las cosas atrás o mienta.
Ok, tenemos otra pregunta. ¿Considera usted que el tipo de conducta de los niños o niñas se debe al tipo de padres que ellos tienen? ¿O cuáles factores cree usted que son los que influyen en ello?
Ya. Yo considero que nuestra primera escuela es del hogar. Dentro y afuera replicamos lo aprendido en casa. Entonces, lo que nos enseñan nuestras figuras de autoridad, nuestros cuidadores principales o nuestros padres, replicamos afuera. Es decir, que la educación es aprendida en casa. Lógicamente, esto se ve influido por varios factores, entre ellos son los pares, el factor cultural en donde esté desarrollando el niño. Pero cuando dentro del hogar se internalizan estos principios y valores claros, permite que el niño en su contexto, cuando se vaya a desarrollar afuera, se mantenga. Entonces, eso sí es sumamente importante. justamente hay una frase que dice, mi escuela es mi segunda casa, pero mi casa es mi primera escuela. Entonces, tomando en cuenta que en casa son justamente esa escuela, el que internalizan valores en donde nos enseñan realmente nuestros principios y nuestra manera de comportarnos fuera.
Ok. Hay una otra pregunta tenemos aquí. ¿Considera usted que un niño puede desenvolverse en el campo educativo teniendo padres autoritarios y qué recomienda?
Yo considero, de igual forma, dentro de un niño en donde tengo un estilo de crianza autoritario, tal vez el niño cumpla y sea buen estudiante justamente porque los padres dedican gran parte de su tiempo a estar encima de los niños presionándoles. Entonces probablemente el niño sea un buen estudiante, tenga buenas notas, pero siempre el niño va a tener como una frustración porque no va a poderse dar su opinión claramente. Y justamente replicamos lo que está en casa. Si en casa nos permiten hablar, dar nuestra opinión, dar nuestras sugerencias, en la escuela va a pasar lo mismo. Pero si dentro de casa nos hacen callar, nos dicen que no, y esto muchas de las veces se replica en que en la escuela no seamos participativos, no hablemos. Entonces, justamente el autoritario es eso, o sea, reprime es la palabra correcta, reprime mucho al niño. Probablemente sí sea un buen estudiante, pero al mismo tiempo tenga esto de reprimir demasiado. De igual forma, y la otra cara de la moneda, que los padres sean tan autoritarios que el niño sea que hago las cosas o no hago, pues me habla. Y no cumplí bien a cabalidad la norma que me dijo mi padre. Entonces, probablemente me da igual si haga o no haga. Entonces, hay como esas dos caras de la moneda que hay que saber correctamente. Justamente por eso se recomienda que el estilo de crianza más adecuado es el autoritativo, no el autoritario, justamente por lo antes mencionado.
Tenemos más preguntas. Creo que sí podemos proceder. Tenemos un poquito de tiempo. Vamos a ver, se me perdieron las preguntas. ¿Cómo equilibrar los estilos de... no puedo leer. ¿Cómo equilibrar los estilos? Sí, ¿cómo equilibrar los estilos? Es lo que puedo leer. No puedo ver más en el chat.
Yo
Los estilos
considero que
autoritarios me parece que era la pregunta.
Considero que como equilibrar los estilos no se puede, sino más bien aplicar ellos. Entre esos, justamente hay ese punto medio que es el estilo de crianza autoritativo, en donde se equilibra de alguna manera el que existen normas claras, pero a su vez se escucha lo que el niño necesita. Es más o menos una combinación entre el permisivo y el autoritativo, en donde respondo a las necesidades que tiene el niño y también tengo normas que le permiten al niño tener límites.
Y finalicemos con esta pregunta. ¿Considera usted que los padres son más autoritarios con sus hijas que con sus hijos?
Yo no considero eso. Yo considero que muchas de las veces los padres replican el estilo de crianza con el que fueron educados. Esto se ve como a mí me criaron, yo quiero criar a mi niño. Entonces muchas veces se replica sin tomar en cuenta el sexo. Más bien, de alguna manera es como muchas de las veces los padres son más duros con los niños por los estereotipos sociales que tenemos, que un hombre no puede llorar, que un hombre tiene que ser el fuerte, que un hombre tiene que ser como dicen, ¿no? El macho de la familia. Entonces, son esos estereotipos que muchas de las veces distorsionan las ideas de las personas y a veces son como más autoritarios con los hijos varones que con las mujeres. Sin embargo, como ya lo dije anteriormente, muchas de las veces el estilo empleado por los padres simplemente es una conducta aprendida y replicada en sus hijos.
Muchas gracias, Magíster. Justamente tuvimos la presentación de Magíster Nicole Bárbara Pérez con el tema estilos de crianza y su relación con el comportamiento prosocial en los adolescentes. Muchas gracias por su participación, mi estimada Magíster.
Muchas gracias. Una buena tarde a todos. Gracias.
Gracias. Recordemos todos que nos encontramos en vivo en Divulga Ciencia de la Dirección de Investigación y Desarrollo de la Universidad Técnica de Ambato. Vamos a continuar con nuestras ponencias, para lo cual invitamos a la Magíster Mónica Salazar Cueva con la ponencia Las estrategias y herramientas metodológicas virtuales en tiempo de pandemia COVID-19, una aproximación al proceso de enseñanza-aprendizaje del idioma inglés en la educación superior, virtual methodological strategies and tools in times of pandemic COVID-19, and approach to the teaching learning process of the English language in higher education. Magíster Mónica Salazar Cueva es coordinadora de áreas de conocimiento del Departamento de Ciencias Humanas y Sociales de la Universidad de las Fuerzas Armadas ESPE. Magíster Salazar es magíster en Administración y Planeamiento Educativo de la Universidad Técnica de Cotopaxi y ha realizado varias publicaciones de libros y artículos científicos en bases digitales. Con esto en mente, demos la bienvenida a Magíster Mónica Salazar Cueva.
Muy buenas tardes con todos. En primer lugar, agradecerles a la Universidad Técnica de Ambato, por ende a la Facultad de Ciencias Humanas y Educación, por la oportunidad de dirigirme hacia ustedes y realizar la disertación acerca del tema investigado, que son las estrategias y herramientas virtuales metodológicas en tiempos de pandemia COVID-19. Una aproximación al proceso de enseñanza-aprendizaje del idioma inglés en la educación superior. Los autores de esta investigación, Magíster Manuel Francisco Bravo, Magíster Diego Andrade, Magíster Andrea Carvajal y quien les habla, Mónica Salazar, docentes, como ya mencionó el compañero Javier, de la Universidad de las Fuerzas Armadas, sede La Tacunga.
¿Podemos prender la cámara, mi estimado magíster?
¿Perdón?
Se le apagó. ¿Sí le prende la cámara, por favor? ¿O se le
Sí,
apagó?
sí está encendida.
No, no le podemos ver.
Sí, sí se le ve, estimado.
Algo pasó porque yo
No,
sí me...
está en-
No le veía la foto.
Está en 2 dispositivos, Javi.
Ok, me parece
Sí,
que sí.
sí,
Ok,
ajá.
sigamos,
Y
por
ahí sí
favor.
está.
Ok,
Ya,
perdón la
muy
interrupción.
amable,
Sigamos.
gracias. Bueno, vamos a iniciar con una breve introducción acerca del tema investigado. Como les decía, en esta época de pandemia, ha afectado a la mayoría del escenario, principalmente el mundo entero, en lo que es la educación, este cambio de modalidad de aprendizaje, lo cual a la mayoría de los docentes y estudiantes afectó este cambio por la utilización de diferentes estrategias tecnológicas en las cuales creo que de los dos lados no se estaba preparado de la mejor manera para enfrentar este cambio que se dio de la modalidad. Esta pandemia conllevó a que se replanteen las actividades ya programadas en las instituciones educativas, ya sea de educación superior, educación media y educación intermedia. Estas actividades, como les decía, ¿no? Se replantearon de todas las actividades que ya se encontraban programadas en todas las instituciones. El proceso de enseñanza aquí aplicó toda la tecnología y las estrategias que nosotros veníamos aplicando inusualmente, lo cual dio a que nosotros reestructuremos, replanifiquemos y rediseñemos de mejor manera todas estas formas de enseñanza y poder utilizar las nuevas estrategias que hoy en día nosotros lo estamos realizando. El objetivo principal de nuestra investigación es determinar el impacto en que el aprendizaje del idioma inglés y el uso y la aplicación de las estrategias y herramientas virtuales junto con las metodologías debido a la pandemia del COVID-19. Bien, el cambio de la virtualidad dio a que demos nosotros las clases sincrónicas y asincrónicas. Estas herramientas virtuales con las estrategias metodológicas se dio un cambio en el eje transversal en el desarrollo de la educación social y personal, debido a que la educación se desarrolló en esta crisis y de acuerdo a varios estudios, se dio un retroceso en el ámbito educativo, porque como les decía anteriormente, la educación y todos no estábamos preparados para un cambio tan significativo que dio por la pandemia. Si bien es cierto, el uso de las estrategias y las diferentes metodologías que nosotros utilizábamos dio lugar a que cada docente, cada estudiante nos autoeduquemos para mejorar todos estos procesos académicos. Las herramientas virtuales que hoy en día, si ustedes se dan cuenta en el gráfico que estoy socializando, existen muchas herramientas. De hecho, es importante mencionar que los estudiantes y docentes en algunos casos también se vieron afectados por este cambio de modalidad, ya que las horas se volvieron sincrónicas y asincrónicas, y la mayoría, tanto de docentes como estudiantes, tuvieron el problema de no contar con todos los instrumentos, con todos los medios tecnológicos que se venían dando. Ese era el problema en la mayoría de las instituciones, que se dio casos de los retiros de los señores estudiantes. Por lo que les comento que no tenían su conectividad, algunos estudiantes se conectaban, valga la redundancia, con los datos móviles. Es por ello que ocasionaba los problemas. Perdón. La metodología que nosotros utilizamos en esta investigación fue de manera documental, descriptiva, correlacional y explicativa. ¿Por qué se utilizó cada uno de esas cuatro metodologías en esta investigación? Ya que el COVID, hablamos aquí del COVID, de esta pandemia que nos afectó mucho a todas las instituciones educativas, el COVID ha dejado al descubierto la necesidad de que los docentes tienen de relacionar sus enseñanzas con el uso de los recursos tecnológicos y las herramientas virtuales. Existe hoy en día muchas herramientas tecnológicas que nosotros utilizamos al momento de impartir nuestras clases, como son conocidas el Moodle, el Learning, las aulas virtuales y muchos buscadores que al final no teníamos tanto conocimiento, que existen demasiados buscadores en el Internet. Les numero uno de ellos, el Bing, el Yandel, el de Escocia, el Google, son muchos de los que nosotros podemos interactuar y buscar mucha información. Esta metodología, este cambio de modalidad que se dio al trabajo, en algunos de los estudiantes se volvió un poco, digámoslo así, tomando esta palabra, un poco cómoda. ¿Por qué? Simplemente teníamos en nuestra mano la facilidad de buscar, de tener tantas herramientas, que algunos trabajos lo hacían el control C, control V, que eso no es la utilización de nuestras herramientas, sino fomentar al estudiante a investigar, tener una cultura de investigación, lo cual en estos casos no se daba. En esta investigación que nosotros estamos aplicando, utilizamos la técnica que es la encuesta, con un instrumento que es el cuestionario estructurado, que se dio a una población de 100 estudiantes. Esta metodología es la regresión, lineal. Como les decía, es el resultado de la aplicación que se dio a los estudiantes con un número de 100. En las estadísticas de la regresión, tenemos aquí los resultados, cada uno de ellos, cómo fue afectando este cambio de metodología, el cambio, digámosle, de educación presencial a educación virtual o educación en línea, tanto que se llegó a la confusión y ya no había mucha, y no existe mucha diferencia en lo que es la educación virtual y la educación en línea, porque las dos ya trabajamos con plataformas y con horas asincrónicas y sincrónicas. Como les comentaba, que en la regresión lineal en la cual nosotros podemos trabajar, se pudo apreciar que se realizó una encuesta en la cual nosotros comprobamos el nivel de estudio, el nivel de manejo de las tecnologías que tienen los estudiantes y el cambio y la aplicación de las herramientas virtuales metodológicas que efectúa en el, se me fue la palabrita efectúa, que incide en los estudiantes. Entonces, todo este proceso cambió de manera abrupta el hecho del proceso enseñanza-aprendizaje en la mayoría de los estudiantes. Una vez hecho estos estudios, nosotros tenemos todo el grupo de investigadores que se hizo. Nosotros llegamos a una conclusión de que la transferencia del aula física al aula virtual Como les comentaba anteriormente, tenemos el proceso de cambio en la cual a la mayoría de los estudiantes afectó por muchas cosas. La principal, que no tenían el internet en sus manos, a los lugares donde vivían los señores estudiantes, donde viven, no llega la tecnología de la manera correcta, de la manera adecuada. Entonces, era para ellos imposible utilizar las diferentes herramientas tecnológicas. Con las estrategias metodológicas del docente ha interactuado con dinamismo, manteniéndose activos durante las sesiones sincrónicas. Y finalmente, la conclusión que a base de las herramientas virtuales metodológicas se alcanzó un rendimiento más óptimo, realizando 2 encuestas que permitieron el resultado para promover y medir el nivel de inglés que nosotros estamos investigando. Culminando con una de las frases conocidas en la educación es un acto de amor, tanto un acto de valor. Paulo Freire. Finalmente, pocas de nuestras referencias bibliográficas en la cual se utilizó en esta investigación. Eso es, muchas gracias, la disertación de un breve resumen de lo que nosotros lo estamos haciendo en esta investigación referente a los cambios que se está dando en la educación durante esta metodología que hoy en día lo estamos utilizando. Muchas gracias.
Ok, muchas gracias, Magíster. Y así teníamos a la Magíster Mónica Salazar Cueva con la disertación, las estrategias y herramientas metodológicas virtuales en tiempos de la pandemia COVID-19, una aproximación al proceso de enseñanza-aprendizaje del idioma inglés en la educación superior. Bueno, vamos a la parte de preguntas, si es que las hay en el chat, por favor. Las ponemos para justamente darle a conocer cuáles son las preguntas que las da a nuestra invitada. ¿Alguna pregunta, por favor? Mientras tanto, recordemos que nos encontramos en vivo en Divulga Ciencia de la Dirección de Investigación y Desarrollo de la Universidad Técnica de Ambato.
¿Cómo dejo de presentar?
¿Alguna pregunta, estimados compañeros? ¿Público? Bueno, me parece que no hay preguntas. Vamos a ver el chat por aquí. No hay preguntas. Nuevamente agradecerle a usted. Perdón, ya tenemos por aquí una pregunta desde de cortar. De acuerdo a su investigación, ¿cree usted que los estudiantes aprender inglés online pueden hacerlo efectivamente?
Al 100% creo que no lo van a hacer, a pesar de las herramientas que se está utilizando hoy en día, pero sin embargo, en la mayoría de los estudiantes necesitan el aprender inglés de forma presencial, ya que ahí se utiliza muchas herramientas que hoy en día, muy aparte de las tecnológicas que nosotros utilizamos, se necesita herramientas que se trabaje de forma presencial en los laboratorios que se tiene el inglés. Entonces, considero que en un 100% los estudiantes efectivamente no lo van a lograr el 100% el idioma inglés, por las razones que lo acabo de nombrar.
Hay otra pregunta y dice, ¿cuáles de las estrategias y herramientas metodológicas fueron las que encontraron más?
A ver, las herramientas tecnológicas que nosotros utilizamos, como les decía, es los programas para poder realizar los videos, los organizadores gráficos que se utiliza hoy en día están las presentaciones, lo que es el Canva, el Photon. Entonces son muchas herramientas, son las 2 herramientas que más se utilizan en la presentación porque se lo hace de forma dinámica en el proceso de socializar a los estudiantes.
Bueno, tenemos más preguntas. ¿Cuál considera usted que es la mejor manera de ayudar o motivar a los estudiantes para continuar sus estudios en la pandemia?
Primero, la dotación del Internet, que la mayoría de los estudiantes deben tener, en un 100%. Lamentablemente, no lo tienen de esa manera. Como les comenté, los estudiantes trabajan, algunos, por no decir en un 50%, con los datos de su celular. Entonces, si no tienen su internet en casa, no lo van a poder al 100% utilizar las herramientas que hoy en día se tiene aquí en la educación en esta modalidad.
Tenemos otra, bueno, y usted nos comentaba de las aplicaciones como Powtoon, como Canva, que son las más utilizadas, ¿no? Hay otra que dicen, ¿qué tanto por ciento usted considera que aprenden en la modalidad online?
Si hablamos de un porcentaje, yo diría que en un 60-70% que los chicos estarían aprendiendo. Bueno, son experiencias que se pasa tal vez no como docentes porque encienden se conectan y como no se les encienden las cámaras por obvia razón los chicos, entonces no podemos tener el control que estén al 100% en las clases. Entonces, ahí son las experiencias que uno pasa porque a veces se los hace preguntas y los chicos brillan por su ausencia. Entonces, ese es el problema que como docentes también nosotros tenemos el inconveniente de no estar ahí atrás de los chicos como de manera presencial.
Finalmente, tenemos, bueno, hay algunas preguntas no interesantes. ¿Cree usted que los estudiantes en realidad están aprendiendo durante este tiempo de pandemia y por qué?
¿Me podría repetir, por favor? No le escuché bien.
Sí, seguro.
Gracias.
¿Cree usted que los estudiantes en realidad están aprendiendo durante esta pandemia y por qué?
A ver, no sin desmerecer a las asignaturas que se tiene cada uno de los docentes, que todas son importantes, por eso se encuentran en la malla curricular. Sin embargo, las carreras, las asignaturas, no las asignaturas técnicas, creo y considero que deberían estar de forma presencial porque algunas necesitan estar en los laboratorios. Como vuelvo y repito, sin desmerecer ninguna asignatura, las asignaturas que son más teóricas, entonces es un poco más compleja la situación en la cual los estudiantes están trabajando de esa manera.
Bueno, y con eso finalizamos nuevamente agradeciéndole a usted, Magíster Mónica Salazar Cueva, con su disertación en las estrategias y herramientas metodológicas virtuales en tiempos de la pandemia COVID-19, una aproximación al proceso de enseñanza-aprendizaje del idioma inglés en la educación superior. Nuevamente, muchas gracias.
Muy amable a ustedes, muchas gracias.
Bueno, recordarles nuevamente que nos encontramos en vivo en Divulga Ciencia de la Dirección de Investigación y Desarrollo de la Universidad Técnica de Ambato. Vamos a continuar con nuestras ponencias, para lo cual invitamos al magíster Diego Andrade Naranjo, quien es coordinador de áreas de conocimiento del Departamento de Ciencias Humanas y Sociales de la Universidad de las Fuerzas Armadas, ESPE. Quien nos va a tener la ponencia Neurolinguistics Programming in the COVID-19 Crisis, an Approach for the Development of Productive Skills in Teaching English Language in Ecuador. Magíster Andrade es licenciado en Ciencias de la Educación, magíster en Docencia y Currículum para la Educación Superior, magíster en Cultura Física y Entrenamiento Deportivo y candidato a PhD en Ciencias Organizacionales. Ha desempeñado funciones como director académico de la Universidad Regional Autónoma de los Andes, director del Centro de Desarrollo de Transferencia CTT de los Andes y algunos programas de capacitación con CTEC. Además, tenemos coordinador de diferentes áreas de conocimiento, entre las cuales tenemos filosofía, liderazgo, psicología, dentro de la Universidad de las Fuerzas Armadas ESPE. Ha sido docente investigador de la Universidad Técnica de Ambato, Universidad Uniandes, ESPE, y ha realizado varias publicaciones de libros y artículos científicos en bases digitales. Con esto en mente, le queremos dar la bienvenida a magíster Diego Andrade.
Muy buenas tardes a toda la comunidad universitaria. Un saludo especial a los organizadores. Un saludo a las autoridades, el doctor Marcelo Núñez, quien fue uno de los mentores míos al transcurrir el paso en la Universidad Técnica de Ambato. Hemos querido traer a la disertación de esta divulgación científica uno de los temas muy importantes en los trabajos de investigación que se viene realizando. Sin embargo, quiero presentar a mi grupo de investigación, donde que está el doctor Carlos Enrique Proaño Rodríguez, quien es el director del Departamento de Ciencias Humanas de la ESPE, la magíster Andrea Carvajal, la magíster Narcisa Mena, y mi persona, Diego Andrade, quienes han investigado acerca de las técnicas de programación neurolingüística ante la crisis del COVID-19, una aproximación para el desarrollo de habilidades productivas en enseñanza del idioma inglés en el Ecuador. Sin duda alguna, hemos conversado siempre de la problemática de la realidad educativa que está existiendo en las aulas y también en educación superior en el Ecuador. En las anteriores exposiciones escuchaba a otros colegas que hablaban sobre este tema, y la educación frente al COVID-19 está en las dos partes sustanciales. La primera de la parte presencial y a lo virtual. Como podemos ver en esta pequeña presentación, observamos que existe por la pandemia del COVID-19 una transformación de la manera tradicional del proceso de enseñanza-aprendizaje, ¿sí?, para la parte virtual y presencial. En la parte presencial, anteriormente se vivía un entorno de estimulante, enriquecedor entre la interrelación que había entre el docente y el discente, las oportunidades de aprendizaje que en él se lograban y la interacción social con la comunidad educativa. Hoy, en la actualidad, la parte virtual tiene un entorno muy débil, escasas oportunidades de aprendizaje y ausencia de la interacción social. Para ello, hemos querido abrir un poco más el campo acerca de la programación neurolingüística. Esta programación neurolingüística, que es un modelo dinámico que trata de explicar cómo funciona el cerebro humano y cómo procesamos la información que nos lleva del mundo que nos rodea. Con la programación neurolingüística se descubre cómo se comunica el ser humano consigo mismo y en su entorno. Para ello, hemos separado la terminología de la programación neurolingüística. Como podemos observar, está la programación, la parte neuro y la parte lingüística. En la programación, a manera de ejemplo, colocamos que nuestro cerebro es comparado con un ordenador, y los aprendizajes que realizamos a través de la experiencia conforman los programas de dicho ordenador. En la parte neuro, los aprendizajes necesitan una estructura neuronal para ser almacenados, y en la parte lingüística, nuestras experiencias y aprendizajes se comunican a través del lenguaje. A todo esto, existen varias técnicas de programación neurolingüística, como todos son conocedores. Estas técnicas están rodeando a través de unas 13 a 15 técnicas, pero nosotros hemos tomado aquí en la investigación 4 técnicas que hemos creído que son concernientes para esta investigación. Como podemos observar, estas 4 técnicas, una de ellas es el anclaje. Esta es útil para regenerar una emoción llena de recursos, ¿sí? Trabaja en recrear la emoción mientras la asocia con una acción física. El anclaje crea una asociación con la emoción y la acción física elegida. Por otra parte, tenemos otra técnica de programación que es la empatía. Está asociada con la compenetración, lo cual es la sensación de tranquilidad que se desarrolla cuando las personas interactúan con otras personas con las que se sienten cómodas, y es esencial para que produzca una comunicación muy significativa. ¿Sí? Por otra parte, la imitación de la postura, los gestos, las expresiones faciales e incluso la respiración se puede practicar fácilmente en el aula, mientras que las instrucciones siempre se logra con los mismos resultados para características fonológicas, ¿sí?, del habla conectada a las frases léxicas que pueden existir. Y otra de las técnicas de programación muy importantes es mantener el flujo de la programación neurolingüística. Encaja muy bien con la teoría del flujo. La noción del aprendizaje influye como el agua, y que el mejor aprendizaje se produce cuando no se interrumpe, ¿no?, a los efectos de la planificación, de la elección y el flujo, logra cuando existe un equilibrio entre el desarrollo de las habilidades, perdón, y nuevos desafíos, en las metas muy claras y precisas a dónde queremos nosotros llegar. También es importante dilucidar un poco de lo que son las habilidades productivas. Estas habilidades productivas que sin duda alguna está en la habilidad del escribir y el hablar, pero de una forma correcta, ¿sí? En una forma correcta para este idioma que es el inglés. De estas habilidades existen varios tipos de comunicación. En la comunicación efectiva, la comunicativa y la lingüística, cada una de ellas con su característica. La efectiva, el transmitir el mensaje de una forma entendible y muy clara para el receptor. La comunicativa no es mecánica, se relaciona con el mundo de manera activa. El acto de la parte lingüística del habla utiliza el lenguaje como medio para establecer una interacción. A todo esto he querido llegar con investigación a una triangulación. Una triangulación que sin duda alguna son nuestros ejes temáticos donde que partimos alrededor del COVID-19. Las técnicas de programación neurolingüística, las habilidades productivas y por otro lado, la enseñanza del idioma inglés. Todo esto está girando alrededor de lo que es la crisis que se está dando por COVID-19. Ahora, nuestro objetivo preciso, específico de nuestra investigación es el determinar la influencia que tienen estas técnicas de programación neurolingüística en el desarrollo de las habilidades productivas en tiempos de pandemia. Para ello, nos hemos permitido escoger una población, por ser en la parte virtual, de 30 estudiantes. Esta población se ha considerado por motivos de pandemia, siendo que el universo total se utiliza para realizar la investigación. En verdad no se aplicó la fórmula del muestreo porque dicha población, por ser mínima, no se necesita esta fórmula. Para algunos autores, las técnicas del muestreo son un conjunto de técnicas estadísticas que se estudian como el seleccionar una muestra representativa de la población, sobre todo si se trata de cantidades grandes. A todo esto ingresamos en la parte de la investigación con la parte metodológica. La parte metodológica que la hemos subdividido en la parte cuantitativa. Sin duda alguna, la pandemia del COVID-19 ha afectado significativamente a la sociedad del conocimiento en el Ecuador. Esta investigación utilizó una metodología con un enfoque cuantitativo con el fin de analizar los hallazgos. Aparte de eso, para recolectar los datos de la información que puede ser cuantificada, sometida a un tratamiento estadístico con el fin de apoyar o refutar afirmaciones del conocimiento alternativo. Este estudio presenta un diseño de carácter correlacional y no experimental. Por esta razón, este tipo de procedimiento se lo realizó cuando los sujetos a investigar no pueden ser asignados al azar, ¿sí? Más específicamente, en las investigaciones correlacionales se mide las dos variables, con poco o ningún intento de control de las variables extrañas, y luego se evalúa la relación que existe entre ellas, ¿sí? Ahora, los instrumentos que nosotros aplicamos fueron un pretest y un post-test para que los datos iniciales fueran recolectados mediante una prueba previa para identificar el nivel de los estudiantes al término de las habilidades del habla, mientras que un post-test se utilizó para mostrar el nivel de los estudiantes al final de este proceso. Cabe destacar que para la elaboración de los instrumentos se realizó una parte muy técnica, que es la operacionalización de las variables que en muchas investigaciones se deja de lado para validar estos instrumentos, ¿sí? En la cual se corroboró la estructura y eficacia de estas evaluaciones. La rúbrica para ser calificada estos datos mostraron cómo cambiaron los resultados iniciales al aplicar las técnicas de programación neurolingüística, que se refleja en los resultados finales. De acuerdo con lo mencionado, algunas técnicas neurolingüísticas, como explicamos anteriormente, el anclaje, la empatía, espejo o imitación, o mantener el flujo, fueron implementadas durante un periodo de 4 meses en los estudiantes, ¿sí?, de las clases del idioma inglés. Para ello, nosotros hemos utilizado en el presente estudio de carácter estadístico un método paramétrico con el programa que es conocido SPS, en el cual se utiliza para una amplia gama de análisis estadísticos, como las estadísticas descriptivas, bivariantes, las regresiones del análisis de factores y las representaciones gráficas de datos, así como también el test students o la test students para determinar si existe una diferencia significativa entre la preprueba aplicada y la postprueba. Para algunos de los autores como Gant, indica que los investigadores pueden tener los mismos sujetos para investigar, tomando el mismo instrumento en 2 momentos diferentes, para determinar la estabilidad de sus respuestas. Sin embargo, para este test estadístico se realizó una prueba de validación del instrumento aplicado, ¿sí? Este test estadístico que se realizó se llama Shapiro-Wilk, el mismo que permite determinar si los datos estudiados corresponden a una distribución en la obtención de la medida aritmética que queremos conseguir, ya que la muestra estudiada es inferior o igual a 30, ¿sí?, tomando en consideración que el test de Shapiro-Wilk trata de rechazar la hipótesis nula que al grado del nivel de significación que ésta tiene. Finalmente, a todo este proceso metodológico y estadístico, como muestra la gráfica del pretest y el posttest, y en la parte estadística, donde que vemos una media, una mediana y una moda, los datos de la presente investigación se han procesado mediante el programa estadístico SPSS utilizando estadística descriptiva y la test student para muestra las partes relacionadas. La evaluación realizada a cada estudiante consistió en 3 partes importantes. Cada parte consideró analizar el nivel de inglés en términos de habilidades productivas de los estudiantes. El test se aprobó mediante una rúbrica compuesta por 4 criterios de evaluación: el vocabulario, la gramática, la comprensión e interacción. Cada parte fue ponderada con una puntuación máximo de 4 puntos que lo dimos. Sumada por el número de partes, tanto por la preprueba y la postprueba, nos daba un total de 48 puntos totales respectivamente. Entonces, a todo esto, los 48 puntos esperados en la preprueba, se obtuvo una puntuación del 22.87, que por otro lado en la postprueba es el puntaje esperado, y se obtuvo una puntuación del 40.27 luego de aplicar estas técnicas de programación que estamos indicando. Finalmente vamos a hablar de las conclusiones. Una de las conclusiones o varias de las conclusiones en base a nuestros objetivos planteados y en base a la dinámica de la metodología es que una de las consecuencias de la educación es un derecho humano e innegable que debe estar latente en todo momento y en toda sociedad. La enseñanza y el aprendizaje del idioma inglés en tiempos de pandemia es la piedra angular, sí, es la piedra angular de las sociedades bilingües, igualitarias e inclusivas, y uno de los principales motores del desarrollo sostenible del país. En este sentido, las técnicas de programación neurolingüística estudian cómo la comunicación verbal y no verbal afecta a nuestro sistema nervioso y por lo tanto aprender a dirigir nuestra mente a través de la comunicación interna con buenas habilidades lingüísticas y proactivas ayuda a establecer técnicas de programación neurolingüística, como ya habíamos hablado del anclaje, del espejo y del flujo. Y finalmente, la aplicación de técnicas de programación neurolingüística en el desarrollo de estas actividades académicas relacionadas con la enseñanza del aprendizaje del idioma inglés durante la pandemia y el COVID-19 tuvo un impacto positivo en la mejora de los resultados del aprendizaje y rendimiento de los estudiantes. De esta manera, nosotros comprobamos que la hipótesis sí es verdadera, que se afirma que la programación neurolingüística mediante las habilidades productivas ayuda al estudiante en estos tiempos de pandemia a tener una mejor enseñanza en el idioma inglés. Quiero finalizar mi disertación con un pequeño pensamiento e intento no instruir, sino solo dirigir, señalar y describir lo que veo. Edmundo Husserl. Muchísimas gracias a la comunidad universitaria por la atención a mi disertación.
Muchas gracias, Magister Andrade, por su ponencia en la programación neurolingüística en la crisis del COVID-19, una aproximación para el desarrollo de las habilidades productivas en enseñanza de inglés en Ecuador. Tenemos la parte de preguntas. Por favor, si es que tenemos alguna, por favor, la hacemos mediante el chat. Primera pregunta, ¿cree usted que el desarrollo psicosocial de las estudiantes afecte en el aprendizaje de los mismos?
Bueno, el desarrollo psicosocial, estemos en la presencialidad o estemos en la parte virtual, es un tema bastante álgido. De todas maneras, se ha observado mediante otras investigaciones que sí existe un efecto, o que sí afecta en el aprendizaje para el idioma.
Ok, teníamos una pregunta de nuestro señor subdecano. Como todo el mundo está escribiendo, pues se nos van los mensajes. Bueno, tengo otra pregunta aquí. La educación presencial se mantiene desde el inicio de la humanidad. Más desde el siglo pasado y quizás en los siglos anteriores, existe la autopreparación y el autoaprendizaje. En los momentos actuales, el desarrollo de la tecnología permite que las relaciones sociales humanas incluso salgan de las fronteras de los países, en donde el conocimiento es universal. Se pueden aplicar la PLN a la enseñanza virtual, no solo al inglés, sino a todas las ciencias.
Sí, siempre la programación neurolingüística está presente incluso en la parte de liderazgo, en la parte del humanismo, en la parte de muchas áreas de conocimiento. Definitivamente la programación neurolingüística es el programar el cerebro con estas estrategias para desarrollar un mejor desempeño en las habilidades que tiene el educando en este caso.
Bueno, aquí hay el mensaje justamente del encuentro de nuestro señor subdecano. Dice Diego, un saludo cordial. Una pregunta, ¿qué grado de empatía existe entre el docente y el estudiante en la educación virtual?
Bueno, el grado de empatía, si lo quisiéramos llamar en tanto por ciento, sería un 60%, porque depende mucho de esa interacción, ¿sí? Depende mucho de la interacción que exista entre el docente y entre el estudiante. Me refiero a esa interacción académica, a esa interacción que está dentro del aprendizaje y obviamente también a veces los docentes, como todo docente nos ha sucedido, tenemos que ser psicólogos para poder entender los problemas del estudiante y poderlo ayudar.
Tenemos, creo que en la misma referencia, cómo se puede aplicar la técnica de empatía en clases online e interacción en inglés.
Ya, la técnica de empatía se puede aplicar en las clases online realizando lo que en las universidades también se llama tutorías, ¿no? Esas tutorías que a veces en las horas de clase, en las clases magistrales, no se puede normalmente tocar el tema con los estudiantes, pero que podemos tener un acercamiento en base a la tutoría con un poco más de confianza y hablar acerca de los grupos, ¿no? los grupos virtuales, hacer grupos virtuales y en cada de esos grupos virtuales entre estudiantes hacer esa interacción para poder tener esa empatía con el docente y el estudiante.
Tenemos otra pregunta. ¿Cómo trabajar la programación neurolingüística en estudiantes universitarios con necesidades educativas especiales y personas con discapacidad en tiempos de pandemia y la educación virtual?
Bueno, como ustedes saben, existen en los planes de clase, en los programas curriculares que nosotros llevamos, existen otro tipo de planificación para la inclusividad de las personas, ¿no? Estos programas de empatía, en estos programas que nosotros llevamos, se consideran con actividades de carácter lúdicas y de carácter psicomotoras para los estudiantes, sin dejarlos de lado, obviamente, por eso digo, están en una parte inclusiva en todas las clases.
Ok, tenemos otra pregunta. ¿Las técnicas neurolingüísticas se aplican a cada uno de los educandos o a un grupo en específico?
No, yo creo que las técnicas de programación neurolingüística es para todos los educandos, ¿sí? Incluso para los docentes y los discentes. Las técnicas es una forma general de aplicarlas porque lo que se quiere es esa interacción entre las dos partes, esa interacción que nos ayude a desarrollar habilidades y destrezas en los educandos.
Gracias, Magister. ¿Alguna otra pregunta, por favor? Si la ponemos en el chat. Les damos algunos momentos para que puedan hacerla. Mientras tanto, pues recordarles que nos encontramos en vivo en Divulga Ciencia de la Dirección de Investigación y Desarrollo de la Universidad Técnica de Ambato. Muchas gracias por los saludos, compañeros. Janet Pila, gracias. Ok, bueno, fue la disertación del Magíster Diego Andrade Naranjo con Neurolinguistic Programming in the COVID-19 Crisis, an approach for the development of productive skills in teaching English language in Ecuador. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Gracias.
Okay, so now let's continue with our last presentation that is performed by Magister Mónica Gisela Lascano Pérez, docente del Centro de Idiomas de la UTA. And we have the presentation Think, Pair, Share Strategy in Speaking Skill Development. Magister Mónica Lascano has a Bachelor in Human Sciences and Education, specialization English, a master's degree in Educational Management and Social Development, and a master's in Pedagogy of English as a Foreign Language. In 2014, she got a scholarship in the Go Teacher program at Kentucky University in USA. She's an English teacher for about 24 years. She has worked for some educational institutions. Throughout her professional life, she has worked with children, teenagers, and adults. Now she's working at the Languages Department at Universidad Técnica de Ambato. This experience has allowed her to grow both as a person and as a professional. With that in mind, let's welcome Magister Mónica Gisela Lascano. We can hear you. Can you turn on the microphone, please?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for being in this Congress. Today is honored to present this article to you, and I hope it is very useful. The topic for this article is Think, Pair, Share Strategy in Speaking Skill Development. I chose this topic because as Javier told, I have worked for many years as an English teacher, and I realized that the students can communicate easily, even though they have studied many years. So that's the reason I chose this topic in order to investigate and discover new techniques and new strategies that help students to be better in this skill. So let me continue. Okay. As it is visible that the students fear to express their ideas in a speaking class, it's because they may have learned through a monotonic or lecturing technique of teaching. So they don't have the opportunity to have an active part in the learning process. Instead, teachers become active and students passive. Another reason is because the lack of motivation and confidence on themselves. They rely just on teachers to help them in the learning process. That's the reason that through our research intends to answer how think per share strategy influences in the speaking skill development. The objectives. A general objective to analyze the influence of think per share strategy in speaking skill development of A1 students from the English language program at Universidad Técnica de Ambato. As specifics, to diagnose the speaking skill level on the students, to design effective think per share activities for speaking skill development, to assess the effectiveness of the think per share activities in the speaking skill development. To develop the state of art, it was necessary to focus on the two variables, the dependent and independent, and also I focus on the interactive resource that helped me to carry out the strategy proposed. According to Sam and Radham 2014, the speaking skill is one of the most important skills that is developed during the learning process of a language. This skill determines the ability to share ideas, opinions that involves correct pronunciation, coherence in speech, respect for grammatical structures, and also fluency. The students are motivated to interact in a process of negotiating meanings and ideas. This helps students to, in the future, to produce the language with great accuracy. The think per share strategy, according to Mosquera 2021, this is a cooperative learning strategy where students work in pairs and then share the ideas with the whole class. Here, students build their knowledge based on the reasoning and also organizing their ideas based on their experience, forgetting or putting apart the traditional memorization. This strategy represents an excellent opportunity for students because they perform critical and creative thinking skills. So with this, students became more active, communicative, and also competitive. The Flipgrid. Flipgrid, it is a web-based educational platform that helps not just students, but also teachers, because they can work outside the classroom, especially on these days that we are facing the COVID. It is excellent for asynchronous studies. Design methodology. This research uses a quasi-experimental design for the evaluation of the pre-test and the post-test. That is framed in a quantitative context, which is characterized by the use of figures, as well as the collection of data for processing and interpreting the results. Here, two groups were chosen by random cluster sampling technique that was applied to parallels of the same level, 32 students for the experimental and 30 for control groups. The information analysis instrument used in this research was a student's t-test for the independent samples to give the study a scientific rigor. Okay, the type of data collection. The information collection instruments used in this research were two: the survey with a set of questions, the oral evaluation that was based on a standardized Cambridge rubric that has 3 criteria, that also these evaluations were applied at the beginning and at the end of the research using the same format and covering the same fields. The survey. I use the survey to evaluate the effects of the think per share strategy of the learning environment in the classroom and in the motivation of the students. Also, it's important to mention that this survey was applied electronically through the Google Forms platform in order to timely and efficiently collect the results for subsequent analysis. The oral evaluation. The oral evaluation, this assessment was used to measure the students' speaking skills from both the control and experimental group before and after the application of the strategy. These results also help me to collect data for the statistical analysis. The students were applied, these evaluations were applied to each members of the groups through the Zoom platform using the same format for the pre-test and post-test diagnosis. Also, it was based on the standardized Cambridge rubric in accordance to its content and also application parameters of the rubric. The research proposal. The proposal for this research was designed as an action research because as researchers, we work for the English language department. So where we experience every day that the traditional methodology determine the poor performance of the students, showing repetitive errors in vocabulary, little fluency, and shy needs to express students the ideas. So that's the researchers proposed to use the think per share strategy through the Zoom and the Flipgrid platform, because in this way the students are gonna have their own space to check this material as the teacher upload it to the platform. This video contains the worksheet where it's explained step by step. This plan has the question and also the question or the problem to start the debate. Some pictures according to the topic, a list of vocabulary, and some prompts. This plan is designed in this way because the students are from the starter levels. Everything depends on the level that you choose to use this platform. The think per share strategy has 3 stages. Think, in this, the students think about the question or the problem that teacher posed in the Flipgrid platform in a limited time, and also they prepare for the responses. Paired. Here students work in pairs in the group works that was given by the teacher. Students discuss, they have a debate about the answers. They find conclusions and points of divergence that in the next step that is shared, they are going to share with the whole class, given their conclusions, points of view, and also the teacher monitors and feedback to the whole class. Analysis of results. Each case of the results were analyzed according to the rubric criterion. The criteria are grammar and vocabulary, pronunciation, interactive communication. Okay, this table shows the global results of the pre-test and the post-test obtained in the 3 criterions, which were assessed out of 5 points. As you can see, the best grade here belongs to the experimental group, which mean grade is 12.48, which is represented in the box plot as the best grade. So it means that the think per share strategy scaffold the students to develop this speaking skill. this table, the results of the pre-test and the post-test of the control and experimental group presents the pair sample statistics, the median, the mean, the number of the participants, the standard deviation, the standard error of the mean, which were used to obtain the t-value. As you can see, the results here, the mean and the median are almost equal. And also the minimum grade of the post-test results out of 15 were 12. So it means that the performance was uniform. All the students, or most of the students, did speaking skill using the think per share strategy. The summary pair sample statistics presents the calculated t-value, which is greater than the critical t-value. The unilateral significance level is less than 5%, with 31 degrees of freedom, which is located in the null rejection region, which it means that the null hypothesis rejected in the alternative one was accepted. So, in conclusions, I could say that the students from the English language program showed difficulties in expressing their ideas, showing problems with vocabulary, grammar structures, pronunciations, and little fluency. It was designed 15 lessons based on the topics that the students prepared in classes using motivated material. The students obtained better degrees with experimental group in the post-test. So it means that the strategy helps students to develop this skill. The use of the think per share strategy allows the students to improve their speaking skills in an efficient and sure way. My gosh. Give me a second. Okay. I don't know what happened. My computer got blocked, got stuck. Sorry. Conclusions, recommendations. I don't know what happened, sorry, but the recommendations, I really suggest you to use this because we as researchers, it really helped me because the students with asynchronous classes, they improve because we respect the students' our space and their style of learning. So it really helps students because they can check at any time the video and teacher can give feedback. It really helped me. And also today I have excellent results with my students. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. This was the participation of Magister Monica Gisela Lascano and her topic, Think Per Share Strategy in Speaking Skill Development. Okay, now you are allowed to answer any type of questions. So post your questions into the chat box. We have one. Do you think that this strategy is the best way to enhance the speaking skill?
I don't know if you can listen because, can you listen, Javi?
Yeah, yes, we can.
Because my computer got stuck, sorry. Yes, of course. As I told you, this is excellent, especially for this time that we are suffering COVID pandemic. It helps the students to improve because we respect their learning style. They can check at any time they are free. Considering that our students are university students and most of the time they don't have enough time to practice the English. So
oh God, so I guess we are facing more technological problems. Let's see if Magister Monica Lascano comes back. Yes, so we want to thank all the participants and remember that we were live en Divulga Ciencia de la Dirección de Investigación y Desarrollo de la Universidad Técnica de Ambato. I don't know if Magista Lascano is here. Okay, so let's wait 30 seconds, a minute, I guess. Thank you very much. If you want to ask any question to the presenter, you can do it. Thank you very much for your messages. So we are checking all of them in the chat box. Thank you, Marco. All right. I guess she's facing like such problems with technology, I guess. If Edgar or Anita can tell me if she's in the waiting room, probably. Okay. To wrap up this long journey full of knowledge, of course, let's welcome Dr. Marcelo Núñez, subdean of the Facultad de Ciencias Humanas de la Educación, just to wrap up the program. Para finalizar, damos la bienvenida a nuestro señor subdecano, Dr. Marcelo Núñez.
Gracias, Javier. Un saludo nuevamente cordial a todos y cada uno de los presentes en esta reunión. Creemos que definitivamente este tipo de jornadas y este tipo de estructuras pedagógicas son las que en realidad nos fortalecen y nos van permitiendo crecer la parte cognitiva de todos y cada uno de nosotros. En la mañana tuvimos la excelente presentación de dos exponentes, la doctora Hazel Acosta y el doctor Joaquín Romero. Y hoy en la tarde el PH Diego Cajas, quienes en verdad han dejado plasmados muchos conocimientos para todos nosotros, especialmente para quienes conocen mucho del idioma, en este caso inglés, como es en este caso específicamente la carrera de Pedagogía de los Idiomas Nacionales y Extranjeros. No me queda más que felicitarle a la señora coordinadora de la carrera y a todo su equipo de trabajo. En realidad ha sido una muy notable presentación y trabajo que han tenido cada uno de los exponentes, no solamente de nuestros exponentes a nivel de la carrera, sino también de los exponentes de nuestras universidades amigas y fraternas, como el caso de mi ex estudiante Diego Andrade, a quien lo felicito también por su participación. Así que mil gracias a todos y cada uno de ustedes. En realidad, nuevamente el agradecimiento sincero a nombre de quienes somos la Facultad de Ciencias Humanas y de Educación, y en especial el agradecimiento para todos y cada uno de quienes son parte de la carrera de Pedagogía de los Idiomas Nacionales y Extranjeros. Felicitaciones, estuvieron a la altura de lo que necesariamente es un docente de la Universidad Técnica de Ambato. Felicitaciones para todos y cada uno de ustedes.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Also, let's welcome Magister Sarita Isa, Coordinator of Carrera de Pedagogía de los Idiomas Nacionales y Extranjeros.
Gracias, Javi. Como lo hice en la mañana, pues dar este último mensaje y saludo de cierre de esta jornada. Definitivamente el idioma inglés es esencial si buscamos sobrepasar las fronteras y explorar nuevas experiencias académicas, laborales o personales. Estar mejor preparados para manejar una comunicación internacional. Y ese es el objetivo y la característica de la carrera de Pedagogía de los Idiomas Nacionales y Extranjeros, que forma profesionales en la pedagogía del idioma inglés. Esperamos haber motivado en la investigación y el aprendizaje de las lenguas extranjeras. Como lo expresé en la mañana, reitero nuestro agradecimiento a nuestras autoridades de la facultad, nuestros invitados, el doctor Joaquín Romero, la doctora Hazel Acosta y el doctor Diego Cajas, así como a los distinguidos docentes e investigadores de nuestra universidad y de otras importantes instituciones que hoy nos han acompañado. Gracias por sus aportes a este congreso. Estudiantes y jóvenes profesionales, que han aprovechado de este espacio para difundir sus trabajos de investigación. Se clausura el Congreso de la Carrera de Pedagogía de los Idiomas Nacionales y Extranjeros. Hasta un nuevo encuentro académico. Saludos a todos.
Muchas gracias, Sarita. Realmente esperamos que esa no vaya a ser la última vez que nos podamos ver todos. Muchas gracias a todos los participantes en las presentaciones magistrales y disertantes, así como también a la audiencia por su atención y por las preguntas. Recordarles que los participantes recibirán sus certificados vía mail. I hope I can see you next time. Espero volverles a ver en las próximas oportunidades en nuevos eventos. Permanezcan safe and sound. And thank you for joining this journey, long journey. Gracias por habernos estado con nosotros durante esta larga jornada, pero satisfactoria de full conocimiento. Damas y caballeros, buena noche.
Gracias por su presencia. Nos
Felicitaciones
conectamos.
nuevamente para todos y cada uno de ustedes, ¿no? Congratulations.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
Si nos esperan un minutito para poderles compartir el link de la asistencia, por favor.
Así.
Ya se encuentra publicado, doctorito Lin.
Gracias, gracias. Muchísimas gracias, compañeros, también coordinadores, Edguita, Aranita, Javi, muchísimas gracias, ¿no?
Felicitaciones.
Gracias también.
Gracias a todo su equipo.
Gracias, estimado.
Seguimos en el live. Seguimos en el live. Seguimos en el live.
Deteniendo grabación.